slide, thank you. Well, good morning everyone present in the chambers, and good morning to members of the community viewing on live stream. Apologies for the late start. We had a prayer from Father Matthew from the Catholic parish this morning, and it was a very personal one, so we asked for it to not be live streamed. So we're a little bit late in getting to you, but I hope we understand. I'd like to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the Darumble people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and pay respects to all Indigenous communities within our wonderful Shire of Livingstone. We have a full attendance today, councillors. No leave of absences that I'm aware of, or apologies, Mr CEO. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. This is the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 19th of October. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Any questions on it first?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
I couldn't find the 19th of October. I could find the 11th. And I don't know if it was myself or whether anybody else found them.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
The meeting was the 19th. Is the heading?
Because the 11th is a flying minute associated with Arabic, from what I could tell.
Oh, yeah, it comes up shortly. It'll be adopted separately to these minutes of the...
Yeah, yes, I know that, but I was looking for the 19th.
Yep, they are on the website, councillor.
Okay, well, I went by the portal, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, can I get someone to move for the... Thanks, councillor Hutton. Seconded, councillor Bello. Thank you, gentlemen. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Item 5, declaration of interest in matters on the agenda. Any declarations, councillor? Councillor Watson. 12.4. Okay.
Either now or when the item comes up, Mr. Mayor, we'll get Councillor Watson to just expand on his declaration at the time.
We might do that at the time, Mr. CEO. For Councillor Watson,
yeah,
you're okay
cool,
with
no worries at all. Thanks.
I'm going to declare an interest in Councillor Bellows' motion in relation to plastic-free CQ program 12.3 because my wife has a food van, and I'll hand the chair over to Councillor Bellow for that particular agenda item. Anything else, councillors? All right, thank you for that. Item 6, public forums and deputations, we have none. Item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. Mr. CEO, over to you and your officers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got Michael and David Mazzaferri joining us this morning. Brett Bacon's been unwell. He is in the office today but didn't want to share his illness with everyone, so Dave will ably deputise for him this morning, and as has been customary, we'll quickly make our way through what thankfully appears to be a reducing list of business outstanding. I think we're down to just to tick over 20 items now.
Heading in the right direction, Mr. CEO.
Indeed.
Yeah. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 1 is the Marlborough Church. So officers from our facilities area have been in discussions with our property services team, and a report will be presented in December outlining the steps to progress the sale. We've been talking to an interested party that Councillor Mather passed through to us. There's a number of steps we just need to take to ensure that we follow the regulations and the Act for governance purposes.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor, to Michael. Michael, does it look promising? Does the sale look promising at this point in time?
It'll depend on what the tenders come back with, because my understanding is we have to obtain a valuation, and we are not able to sell the property for less than the market value unless we get the minister's approval. So we're going through this process at the moment just to see what the current market price is, and then we'll put it back out to the market. And our intention is to bring something back to council to resolve so that we can move on from this.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Good morning, councillors. I've got an update in regards to proposed trustee lease to the Yeppoon Inland Association. Basically the 10th of November and followed up yesterday. It's anticipated the survey plan relating to the proposed lease to Yeppoon Inland Association jetty sites will be completed by the end of January 2022. We are continuing to monitor that, and if those things change, we will bring a report back to the table.
Item 3, management plans for Bangalee Beach. So our officers have made contact with residents and have a list of names for the reference group. We're just finalising a draft terms of reference for discussion in December, and we'll begin the reference group after council agrees to that in January or February.
Oh, can I ask a question through to Mr. Creedman? Have we done any press releases or anything like that? Because I've had 2 phone calls from real estate agents being asked, because they've been told by the public that there's definitely a path going through at Iwasaki's, and they're trying to sell land and they're trying to give the potential buyers information, and they've got incorrect information. I'm just wondering if we've done any social media or anything like that to say what could be happening, because I think I'm getting calls obviously because I have a house out there, but I don't know if others are getting it.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not aware of any press releases or social media posts. We did have that session on site a number of months ago, on that Saturday session with the residents, and we've just left it at that at this time because we don't know what the outcome of the reference group will be. Yeah. So if there's any questions from the community or real estate agents, I think it might be good to send them through to the CEO or myself, and we'll talk to the interested parties.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a thought. Perhaps we could consider putting out a press release, because sometimes misinformation gets into the public arena when there's sales in the pipeline, and all sorts of bad information is getting to the wrong people. And if anybody really is selling and a sale is being put off or deferred because there's wrong information out there, we could be doing them an injustice by not clarifying the matter. That's what I'm thinking. We could consider that.
We can consider it, Councillor. I mean, I'm loath to sort of make any knee-jerk reaction at this point without consultation with that reference group at Bangalee as well. And
that's fine. If there's information that's going out now, spread by agents, I'm not saying there is, but if there is, we need to correct it, that's all.
all right.
Can I just say, the agent wasn't spreading, it was more they'd heard it from the public. So there is stuff out there already, obviously.
Through the chair.
From the vendor, I think.
Yeah.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Creedman, just to bring to your attention, as you're probably already aware, that there's a lot of stakeholder groups, Fitzroy Basin Association, surf riders, that's just to name 2. There's many Capricorn catchments, etc. They are all wanting to know a little bit more and perhaps contact the reference group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. The next update is in regards to the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton, the residential housing market. A report has been completed and a workshop with council is scheduled for the 23rd of November to indulge a little bit more with that one. The next one is the options for tenancies for the Centre of Excellent Disaster Management, Innovation and Community Resilience, known as the Hub. A little bit of an update to the notes there. We are now awaiting the legal advice. So we've had a conversation on site with proposed tenants, and now we're waiting some legal advice in which way to go forward in regards to the fit out of that building. The bottom floor, my apologies.
Councillor Hutton?
Yes, my request was whether we'd be able to get some more detail in regards to that outside of the council meeting.
Yeah. Agreed. This has been going on for nearly 12 months now.
Yeah. The next one is the local laws review. That matter is ongoing and a 3-day workshop has been held with solicitors, and a report will be tabled with the update of how that's going in the very near future. The next one is the response notice motion tree protection and replanting. As of the 10th of November, all projects are underway. It can be anticipated a further update will be provided by the end of 2021 to the councillors.
Item 8, Pacific Heights Road. Traffic counters have been deployed along the road to count traffic and speeds. We have generated a work order to install additional 50 km/h signs, which will be installed in the next few weeks, and then we'll look to do more traffic counts in May. Sort of every 6 months we'll just review the effectiveness of those signs.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
To our director. May 22 is a long way off, Michael. Do you think, I mean, if they haven't gone out as yet, the signage hasn't gone out as yet, that's 6 months down, 5 months down the track. Is that too long, do you think? This is like Blue Hills. It's been going on for so many years. Nobody would remember Blue Hills.
Thank you,
Perhaps
Councillor.
another metaphor, Councillor. The younger members mightn't be aware of Blue Hills.
They need an education.
So we have undertaken a few traffic counts up till now, and we're doing one just at the moment to give us that final what we call base case, and then the signs will be installed. We're planning on doing traffic counts sort of every 6 months. Happy to do the first one a little bit sooner if required, so maybe after 3 months or so. But there's some short-term changes I'm sure the community will see, but then we want to see what happens in the longer term with trends for the speed and environment.
I would like to see this matter finalised by the end of this financial year, Mr Mayor, that's all. It would be desirable, put it that way.
Certainly before the end of this term of council.
Yeah.
We'd have to change the name of the street if we don't. Blue Hills.
Item number 9, councillors, which is the proposed freehold lease to the Commonwealth of Australia with the meteorology over the part of Lot 11 on the survey plan at Bar-Marie. Just about the final stages. Lease negotiations are at that stage now. We are obtaining a survey plan over the lease area on behalf of the Bureau of Meteorology, and the cost of that survey plan will be borne by the Bureau. So we'll provide an update when that's up and running, and then hopefully we'll do a bit of a tour out there and have a look at what it actually does. Pretty exciting, that one. The next one is Yamba, item number 10, dealings with the Department of Resources over lots 443, 444, 445 and Y16911. Officers have met representatives from the Department of Transport and Main Roads to discuss the plans to upgrade the rest stop at Yamba. The Department advised that the preliminary concept designs have been drafted in relation to the rest stop, but they have not been finalised and no budget at this stage has been allocated. The draft designs does not include upgrade works to the amenities located on the site. A report will be brought back to a future briefing session for further discussion on this matter. The next one is item number 11, proposed sale of land in Burnett Street, Yeppoon. Officers have contacted the proposed buyer on the 9th of November, seeking the signed contract. At this stage, the contract will be returned in coming days. I checked with this yesterday. This stage is not backed, but we will continue to chase that up. Item number 12, notice of most councillor friend report for costings option relation to upgrade refurbishment of a click-on chair located at Yeppoon Town Central. Council officers have met with Councillor Friend on this one and had circled back with costings and timings of repairs replacement. Officers provided full details back to councillors on the 9th of November.
So that one will come off future list.
Item 13, recycled water at Emu Park Golf Club. So officers have implemented the credit note for the 21-22 financial year, and a report will be presented in December detailing the other issues around responsibilities and ownership of some of the sprinklers and pipe work within the golf club.
Item number 14, I'm actually currently writing this report, and I'd anticipate to have a report back to the table by December 2021, and that report will include the history of how it came to what it is now, and then some possible options and opportunities going forward. The next one is item number 15, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather, explore the beach permits. This has been tasked to local laws for action to be considered as part of the local laws review and hopefully a workshop in November 2021. The next one is item number 16, which is the Livingstone Shire Council priority projects. The resolution is in front of you. Basically at the 19th of October 2021, Council resolved to advocate for the success of nominated council-led projects, which was 16 in total. And again, the report is included there. 7 proposals received in reply to the EOI and the Livingstone Blueprint for Growth, Economic Development, Investor and Attraction Strategy, which closed on the 8th of November. Mayor Ireland, Sonia Barber and Russell Claus will evaluate the responses.
It's underway, Mr.
Excuse me. You go first.
Councillor Hutton.
A question in regards to that. Do we have a timeline for submission of priority projects to federal election candidates, recognising timelines for them to nominate projects are very, very, very tight? And will we have this work completed, or do we need to have a parallel pathway to ensure that we did get some information to them highlighting these as priorities as identified to council?
Yes.
I think, Mr Mayor, in response, and yours and my discussions are ongoing on this matter, but obviously anticipating an election sometime prior to May next year, with this list assembled now and the work going on externally to support that, to be able to prepare a credible submission to put in front of candidates. Yeah, I'm confident we'll be doing that early in the new year.
If I can just maybe update that a little bit, I intend having Russell, Sonia and myself intend having our evaluations done very, very quickly. I'll have mine done by the end of this week. And so obviously be pushing to try and get that through as quickly as we possibly can, so that there is a proposal ready for the candidates going forward. I'm hoping, just not to sort of step on the CEO's toes, but I'm certainly hoping that we'll get that done sooner rather than later. Yeah. Councillor Watson.
Through the chair, Mr. Mazzaferri, last time we spoke about this, I thought, the footbridge for Fisherman's Wharf was being removed.
Yes.
I thought we brought that up.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I concur.
So I will take that on notice and I'll follow and I'll get a response for you, Councillor.
Yeah. 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 All right.
Okay, item number 17, which...
So if I could just interrupt there, we'll check the minutes of the meeting, Councillor, and just make sure that that's correct. Yeah.
It may have been under a briefing when we were talking about
Yeah, could have been. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll check the minutes of the meeting, and if it's still on the list that we've just in the minutes we've just adopted, well, it stays in, obviously.
Okay.
Item number 17, which is the Putney Beach groin. The resolution is there. I have an update from what's noted there. The letters, 2 letters have now been sent, one to the applicant or proposed applicant and one to state. So we'll see what comes back of that one. That's probably able to come off the list, Mr. CEO, Mr. Mayor. The next one is item number 18, which is the notice of motion from Councillor Friend, consideration of signage in place of tree removal for views. A fair bit of work has been done in this matter. We're lucky enough to go to the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, both executive meeting and the working group, where we flagged it as a conversation piece in the working group. We've now been sent some policies in regards to what Mackay have done. We have caught up with council and given an update. We're looking at the January briefing session to have a conversation. It is quite complex, that one.
Item 19, which is playground equipment at Rocky View. So officers are preparing a business case which will be submitted for consideration in 22-23, and business cases are due at the end of November.
Thank you.
And item number 20, the strategic road network planning. So officers are compiling information for a briefing session and council report early in the new year. I'd say at the latest February.
Item number 21, councillors, the potential sale of land on Freeman Street, Yeppoon. Council's legal representatives are preparing a contract of sale for this property. The next one is item number 22, which is the native title determination application from the Whopper people. On the 19th of October 2021, officers advised the Mayoral Law of Council's resolution. The consent determination hearing relating to the Whopper people's native title claim is due to occur on 3rd of November 2021. I believe the Mayor has been invited to that.
We have. Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Chair, just perhaps to the CEO, there would it be unsuitable to have the Capcoast Outriggers motion or resolution included in that business outstanding unless it's on there and I've missed it. I do apologise, but I will be. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, councillors, we've got a recommendation that the business outstanding table for the November Ordinary Council meeting will be received. Any questions before we proceed on that, councillors? Any further questions? All right, moved Councillor Mather. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Seconder, Councillor Watson. Okay, all in favour? Those against? Thank you very much. Carried unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. Item 9.1 is the Postal Savings Bank. Mr. CEO, who's delivering this one? I guess it's you.
Mr. Mayor, correspondence received a couple of months ago lobbying particularly local authorities across the country and regional areas for the establishment of a postal savings bank. The representations made to this Shire included support provided by another of our CQ Rock counterparts in Banana Shire Council, and the proposal to consider like-minded support for this lobbying of the federal government is presented to councillors for consideration.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Friend, beg your pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the CEO. I have just a couple of questions. The first one is I'd like to make a statement and then go into the questions, because after the Banking Royal Commission, it appears fringe banking is of a concern to the federal government. So who will the financial institutions be running this proposed bank?
Mr. Mayor, if I understand the proposal correctly, it will be the federal government.
That's if the bill, so this is in support of the bill, is that correct?
That's correct. That's this council is being asked to support the bill. If the bill is successful, then it will create this institution that will be backed by the federal government.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Do you know who the Australian Citizens Party are?
Not intimately, Mr. Mayor, other than the Jan Percalis, who was the signatory to the correspondence.
So we don't know what political affiliations they may have at this stage?
I do not, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. My last one, and has Australia Post been commented? Have they commented on this? Have they? Do they have a proposal themselves? Do we know anything about what Australia Post thinks?
In short, no.
Thank you very much for answering those questions.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor, I think this has merit. I don't know enough about banking to qualify for a proper opinion, but I do know that the generation before me, I've had a lot of dealings with people who know the banking system, and they've said all along something like this is necessary. I don't know when the bill is due to go to Parliament, but I would like to think that we had a further discussion on the implications, whatever information that we need to derive from that, before we put our tick to it. If we could lay it on the table I don't know what sort of time we've got.
So you're moving a procedural motion to lay this on the
If
table,
I think
councillor?
we've got the time to discuss it further, because something's got to happen with the banking system as it is. It's, I wouldn't like to use the word I'm thinking of, but it's certainly not satisfying to most people.
All right. So you're moving a procedural motion
Yes,
to lay this
Mr.
on the
Mayor.
table, councillor?
Yes,
Until when?
until we have the opportunity to have further discussions on the matter. Within
Yeah,
ourselves.
probably be comfortable having a time frame on that, councillor.
Yeah, well, that's what I said, I don't know when the bill is due to go to Parliament. Do we have the time?
Well, perhaps if we defer this to a workshop for further discussions?
Yeah. Yes, I'll be happy to do that. Do we know when the bill is due?
Right. All right. Councillor Watson, you have a comment? Councillor Hutton, I beg your pardon.
Sorry, I
Anyway,
just wish
councillors
to,
mixed up today.
recognising Councillor Maver asked a question. So this is a policy of the Australian Citizens Party, as they have no current elected members of Parliament. It's not due to be before Parliament. I think they're looking to use the power of advocacy at both a local government level across Australia to get this on the radar of both the state and federal government. So this has no timeline, it has no imprimatur to be there. This is just someone's idea that they're looking for someone to champion.
So that means, sorry, Mr. Mayor, no person, no member of Parliament, independent or otherwise, is prepared to advocate for the Citizens Party to bring this to the table.
Well, as Councillor Hutton has just articulated, there are no representatives of this party in the Australian government at the moment. So,
So do we know whether the LGAQ has been approached on this one? Does anybody know?
no, don't know, Councillor,
Yeah.
unless the CEO has more information on that than I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if we have enough information to make a decision here today, except have further discussion. And I'd like to think that we had somebody here who could guide us and answer our questions, because I don't know if anybody here is qualified, but I'm certainly
Well,
not.
Councillor Mather, you've moved a procedural
Yes.
motion to lay this on the table. So we have a couple of options here. That we either deal with that procedural motion, or if you're feeling uncomfortable that there's not enough information, then you just simply vote it down.
Well, that's the discussion that we were going to have if we went to a workshop, Mr. Mayor. Can I just clarify, laying it on the table or the workshop? Which would you
Well, you're
prefer?
laying it on a table for a workshop, I would suggest, Councillor Mather.
All right.
Yeah,
Because that's where we need
for
the
a future
information.
workshop. All right. So that's your procedural motion?
Yes, Mr.
You want to lay it on the table for a future workshop,
Yes.
date to be specified?
Yes.
All right. We have a procedural motion, Councillor, from Councillor Mather. You've heard the motion. Any questions on it before we go to the vote on this one? Oh, sorry, you're right. We can't either. We've got a procedural motion, so we'll go to the vote on this one. So Councillor Mather, just to clarify, is moving a procedural motion to lay this on the table for a future workshop. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried.
Thanks, members. I'm not making
All
that
right,
coffee anymore.
brings us to 11.1, which is the Community Organisation Tenure with Council Draft Policy, Procedure and Information Kit.
10-1.
I'm on the, sorry, I'm on the attachments page, my mistake, sorry. Always interesting when I do that. There we go. I think I'm on the right page there. All right, so we're to the Audit and Risk Improvement Committee reports. I'll get that right. 10.1. And welcome to the table, Madam CFO, and I'll hand the chair to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, this is just covering the flying minutes that were distributed to the members on the 11th of October 2021. So the flying minute covered 3 recommendations which were endorsed by all committee members. The legislation does require that the draft statements are presented to the committee, which was done by flying minute in September. So taking the final set of statements as well as the CFO assurance statement reflects best practice with the audit committee oversight responsibilities on our financial statements. So I'll take the report as read, but I'm happy to answer any questions from the table.
Councillor Mather, your light's on. Question?
Oh, sorry.
You're right. Any questions, councillors? All right, looks like you might be off the hook on this one, Madam CFO. So we have the recommendation, councillors, that the unconfirmed minutes of the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee held on the 11th of October 2021 via flying minute be received. Can I get a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Seconder, Councillor Friend. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report at all?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone speaking against? All right. Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's straightforward. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Madam CFO. We'll try 11.1 again. This is the community organisation tenure with council draft policy procedure and information kit. Welcome to the table, Molly. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Morning, everyone. This morning, bringing to you the draft community organisation tenure with council policy for adoption. As you are aware, a number of teams across council have collaborated to bring this together with the aim to make the process of administering not-for-profit community organisations having tenure with council transparent, equitable, as well as really clear in terms of the responsibility of council as the landlord and then the tenant being the community organisation. So I'm happy to answer any questions in regards to the recommendation.
Thank you, Molly. A very detailed report and a lot of work's gone into that. So can I just offer my thanks and congratulations on behalf of council for that. Any questions, councillors?
I'd just like to endorse your comments, Mr. Mayor, because I don't think anybody really truly realises at first glance just how much work is involved in this portfolio, and we do appreciate what you've done and pulled a whole lot of inconsistencies together that have been nurturing, I suppose, over the years, and now we're all on the same page. Hopefully it will be more free-flowing from here on in for all of us.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Any questions? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just to Molly there. Thank you, Molly. I'm just curious in terms of what consultation took place in order to, I guess, support or inform the policy, just so for council's sake, as I imagine we'll get, pending the outcome of today, I'm sure there'll be engagement with the clubs and as you would expect, so any commentary on that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor. So there are a number of different forms of engagement. One of the things that the variety of teams did was check in with other councils, see what they were doing, what policies they had in the same space, and we found that consistently councils had faced similar inconsistencies, and so it was good to collaborate along those, with those councils to come to a sort of agreement about what was working for them in their circumstance and then what might work for Livingstone. All the community organisations that currently have tenure, particularly those that are due for renewal, we do have some tenure that lasts for 10 or more years. So we did prioritise with those that were coming up for renewal within the next few years to have deep discussions with them. And then gathering all the feedback that we've had from our tenure holders over the past couple of years, that feedback was then used to build the policy and the procedure, etc., to alleviate some of the problems that they were facing, but also mean it was a lot simpler process administratively for us and the property team and rates and water and all those, because it does cross a number of areas of council. So many of the groups, not all of the groups, but many of the groups, the bulk were had deep discussions with each of them to determine what would help them sustain their tenure, but also mean that council wasn't spending a lot of money to maintain that tenure. So with the collaboration in that way, other councils and then internally, everyone's feeling pretty confident that it's going to suit the community organisation. It certainly will be easier for them to know what their costs will be each year in relation to their council costs. And for 90% of them, it will be less than what they have been charged in the past. But that means they'll be able to maintain their tenure and sustain their tenure and improve their site, because the bulk of their fundraising isn't being spent on their rent or some of those sorts of things. It was also important from the council perspective to ensure that resources like water and our waste services were recognised as a cost to council and then as something that the tenant would need to cover as part of their tenure arrangement. I hope that answers.
Thank you for that answer. Absolutely.
Councillor Hutton.
I have two questions. So, from the prior briefing report, which model out of the 5 does this equate to? So, I found it a little bit.
So we presented 4 models, and then as part of the discussion, a 5th model was suggested. So it actually represents the 5th model, which is peppercorn rent, consumables, so water consumption, waste services, as well as electricity, internet, those sorts of things. And then also the compulsory state fees like the emergency services levy or the rural fire brigade fee. And so that's the total of what will be charged to the organisation.
Just a further question. Do we have a table that provides, similar to the table we received in that briefing session, around where the ups and downs are? And is there any chance that we may be able to see that today? I'm just wondering, Mr. Ware, if the will of the table's there potentially to lay this on the table till later on in the meeting. I think we can deal with it today, but I just would like to see that table to make sure that I know who to expect a phone call from, to be honest. And now that I understand exactly what we're charging for, that makes it a lot easier to explain where we've come from and where we're going to.
I can certainly provide that to you today within a minute. The reason it wasn't included in the report, I was concerned about the publicising of financial situations of various groups. But I can certainly share that with you.
All right, so Councillor Hutton, if you wanted to move a procedural motion to do that, we can perhaps look at it in the break and then come back afterwards. Yeah.
So I'd like to move a procedural motion that we lay the matter on the table until after morning tea.
All right. Okay. Procedural motion, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 11.2.
Mr Mayor, just before you did, just to close out that earlier question around the priority projects and the inclusion of item O, which was the footbridge connection. So just confirming whether it was indeed councillor's recollection or not, but O was included in the resolution from the October 19 meeting.
Right. Thank you, Mr CEO. All right. Morning, Sienna. Well, thank you. And 11.2, the floor is yours, ladies.
Thank you. So this paper is following the deputation that was presented to council by the Cape Coast BMX Club. Following on from that, we've done some internal consultations, and that's some comments there in the engagement section of the report. Going through those comments, each of those can be addressed as we move forward. The proposal of the paper is to issue a licence agreement to the Cape Coast BMX Club for a 1-year term at the Barmarie Multisports Complex. That term and that arrangement is equivalent to the other tenure holders at the precinct. The comments that are shown in the report can be addressed through the terms of the licence, through the future design process and development applications. So that's the proposal. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Good morning. Just a couple of questions. I think that the progress of sports within our area is so important. But I just through the report, a couple of things. I just want to know, will the keeping of the fig tree on the property be written into the contract to make sure that that tree is not felled?
We can do, I think, yeah, right, yeah.
It's pushed.
This one? Yeah, okay, sorry. It may not be that the fig tree lies within their area.
Oh, good.
It could be outside that area.
That's great.
But yes, we would make sure that that's covered off. The term of the licence agreement would be fairly limited in the first instance, and I don't think they would be able to do any development.
And for your record, the general process, if we had a tenant that was there for 10 years and then wanted to remove a tree, there's a process they must go through before that would be approved. So even if it was within their area, they would still need to go through a process to have council's approval to remove that tree. So council as the landlord would always have the say over whether that work can be done or not.
Lovely. My second question is in relation to the septic system on site. And if there's large sporting events and many people attend, families, mums and dads, will it be sufficient to manage the amount of people who actually may use the utilities?
So again, we don't know.
Yes.
But that's why a year of exploration has been given.
Great.
Because it's anticipated that not only the septic system, but lighting, car park extension, this exploration may trigger that need.
Yes.
And then we'll have to come back and look at, well, that's a budgetary cost. Would there be grants available to do that? Will BMX then start building if that's not yet ready? So there's a few unknowns in that space. And that's why the licence for 1 year, the purpose would be to drill down into those details and really see what's going to be needed.
Wonderful. Thank you, ladies. That's good information.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm glad you, through to Molly, I'm glad you mentioned the parking, because I think there is some question as to whether it's going to be sufficient because of the overlapping of events on the same day. I understand that, and parking, as we know, is a real worry. Is these events, are they going to be days only, or are they going to be night time?
Yet to be determined, councillor.
Do we have to specify, or?
So the specification that will happen within this initial licence will be to determine those things. So we're asking the BMX club, here's a piece of land that we would licence to you for 1 year. During that year, you can now check out the land, explore everything, think about concept design, and then what would that mean for parking, and what would that mean? So this process will
take in all of those things.
That's right.
Yes. The other one here, on the top of page 21, has not yet indicated if its concepts include consideration of accessibility and inclusivity inclusiveness for all members of the community, or is it just confined to the club members?
So again, those things will need to be worked out, and then BMX will be in a position to provide their next stage of proposal, and we'll then be able to assess whether that...
Yes, what I'm thinking of, if you've got a contract for a club to have that much land, and have you got the public coming and going in the meantime? That's what I'm thinking. Are they going to be excluded because the club has put all of its money into it, and yet we don't want it to be open slather for everybody?
So that's a balance of the being a multi-sports public precinct, but then also having clubs that use it as their base. And in the next calendar year, the community development team will be doing a Barmarie multi-sports master plan review to also assist in looking at Barmarie as a whole, how it can be accessible to the public for general active recreation, but still serve the needs of the clubs that are based there.
Yes, as long as the clubs with their investments aren't diminished by abuse by the public. That's what I'm thinking. There's got to be checks and balances there to protect the interest of the clubs and the investments. Yeah. Thanks, Mel.
And council's investment too, Councillor Mather. So yeah.
Thanks, Mel. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Appreciating that this is for almost an exploratory period as opposed to kids on bikes on site using it for the sport of BMXing. Is there any conflict with this activity and its placement in regards to the Barmarie Master Plan? And if so, what is that and how do we plan on managing that into the future?
So the Barmarie Master Plan does not include, well, the original Master Plan does not include BMX. It includes AFL and cricket. And I believe when we did the briefing, we had presented that information, hence the trigger for a master plan review. because both AFL and cricket have continually indicated, our current AFL and cricket clubs, have indicated that they're not ready to move, or they don't want to move to Barmarine. So having an AFL field and a cricket field not sort of looked after by a club and having those facilities elsewhere, it's time for us to look at that concept plan and see what might be more suitable than trying to double what we've already got. So these things are going to happen in parallel, allowing BMX to explore and come up with their concept and what they'd like to do in the future. And then internally we'll also be reviewing generally the sporting needs of the community and whether a baseball field may be more appropriate at this time, or, I mean, it could be anything. So that's happening in parallel, if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Max seconded, Councillor Bello. Okay, we're in debate now. So, Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I get pretty excited about this sort of stuff. We see a new club, well, not a new club, an existing club that wants to really make a go of it. I think we should back it to the hilt. Just remembering this is a tenure for 1 year, so they can get all their bits and pieces sorted out. And you know, I for one sort of hope that the toilet systems and that don't stand up to it, because it means our things are being overutilised and not underutilised. So I'm really excited about this, and I just put it to the table that they would take on the same excitement. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Bello, did you wish to speak for it?
Just to say that the prospect of another user at Barmaree is super exciting, whether it be the cricket or the AFL, or if it's a BMX. If we can go through the due diligence process to see whether they fit, at the end, if they do fit, well, that is a fantastic step forward. And I have great memories of the Capricorn Coast BMX Club over in Cooey Bay when it was there. It was a powerful club, and maybe the time is right for BMX to come back. And we see lots of kids out there and mums and dads involved in a great activity. So all the best to the club in their future endeavours. Thank you.
Indeed. Now that it's an Olympic sport as well, it's very exciting. All right, Councillor Eastwood, do you want to wrap up at all? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hutton. Okay.
Just wanted to offer my congratulations to the officers in that, in reimagining what Barmaree can be, we're not just looking at the rise and fall of sports, but also actually thinking about how the partnership between council and these sporting organisations exists to achieve three outcomes. Number one, it keeps our community active, provides opportunities for our young people to be in both organised and semi-organised sport. But on a third level, it provides an economic booster to our community, both in the development, in the undertaking, but then when they have competitions, these are all fantastic things for us. And while it can be very easy for us at times to get stuck to say that 12 years ago a plan was made for Barmaree and it looked like this, we need to be willing to look outside the box. But at the same time, we need to take our journey so that we can make sure that the facilities we have do support that, do promote its use. And this format of having that year to develop the project, I think, is a really important first step in giving them some assurity, but also making sure for the community that we get a great outcome on this site and provide them, when they get their site, you want to know that they've got longevity and you want to know that they're going to be there for the long haul and it's not going to create conflict. So I admire this process and look forward to it being undertaken.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to wrap up?
I've probably said enough, Mr Mayor. Just excited about the whole project, and you know, we need to make sure that our facilities, we're going to a time of probably huge growth within our area, which is going to mean that we need to make sure that we assist our clubs to move along with that growth, and this is a good step forward towards that.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. We'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. I think I can see where this one's going to go. So all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, ladies. 11.3, councillors, which is the development application for a development permit for reconfiguring a lot at 99 Crannies Road, Inverness. Welcome to the table, Erin and Greg. And Am I passing the floor to you, Erin?
Absolutely, yes. I'm presenting on behalf of Tracy in our office today. So I've got a presentation, Justine, that has some images that might assist the councillors. So council's in receipt of a development application for reconfiguring one lot into 3 lots at 99 Crannies Road, Inverness. Doesn't look like. If you want to flick, no, it doesn't look like it. Even if you just want to flick, yeah, that's the next one. So, the site is in the Inverness locality proximal to Panorama Drive and Adelaide Park Road. It's zoned rural and it's in Cap Coast rural precinct, 450 metres away from newly created rural residential land on Noon Drive to the south. If you don't mind going to the next one. It's the proposal plan. So the subject site is 5.9 hectares in size and the proposal is to subdivide into 3 lots with all access from Crannies Road. That shows the site plan, so 3 lots there. Lot 8's essentially the existing dwelling house, and then lot 9 and lot 10 at 8,000, about 8,500 square metres. I know that's a bit hard to see there. So about 2 acres for the 2 new blocks and about 10 acres for the area where the existing house is being maintained, which also includes a large covenant area on the essentially vegetated hillside there. So the land is not currently connected to reticulated water or sewer networks, so all on-site services will be retained for the existing dwelling and any future uses will need to provide their own on-site services consistent with the rural zone. So the next slide shows that there's a number of overlays mapped on the site. Biodiversity, scenic amenity, landslide and bushfire hazard are the key ones. And in terms of biodiversity, these areas or the values there, and including the scenic amenity values, are protected through the covenant on proposed lot 8, the larger lot. Landslide and bushfire hazard can be managed at a tolerable level with future development won't be occurring on steeply sloping areas of the site, with bushfire risk minimised with appropriate setbacks to hazardous vegetation. And just the final slide, which is just a summary of the rural context, showing near the Lacey's cropping uses to the north, the closest adjoining residential uses. So whilst the proposed lot size is below the minimum nominated lot size for the precinct of 10 hectares, the subdivision can occur if it does not limit or compromise a rural activity on surrounding rural zone land. So given the limited availability of actual rural or agricultural practices immediately adjoining the property, and that's due to a number of things, including the current lot sizes in that immediate area and the slope and the vegetation. So we've identified the sort of nearest primary sort of uses over at Lacey's land to the north. Coupled with that, the development is able to protect the landscape character and ecological functions of the natural environment, and that's further enhanced through the covenant, which is on the northern portion of the lot. So we've determined that the lot layout is unlikely to result in land use conflicts with existing rural uses in the vicinity, and the development is able to be supported subject to reasonable and relevant conditions. The application did go through a period of public notification and council didn't receive any submissions during that time. So I'm happy to answer questions or...
Thank you, Erin. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions, Erin. First of all, with the biodiversity, on page 30 of the report, it states that the biodiversity overlay explains what it is. It doesn't state if there is any terrestrial or aquatic systems in this vicinity. So it just gives a notification of what the biodiversity is overlay is. It doesn't state if there is any specifics for that. So if we look at page 30... I don't have a page number, that's page 30. Is it in the code assessment It's in the report. It's in the report.
Yeah. Did you have a question about...
So I just wanted to know, it says biodiversity overlay code. So it tells us what the code is. That's understandable perfectly. biodiversity values of terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. Tells us what it is, but it doesn't actually state whether there is any on this land.
Sorry, I'm struggling to find where you're bringing that up. I've got page 30 here.
Page 30, Biodiversity Overlay Code.
Right, well, that's not the same page 30 as
On the
we've got.
report.
So the biodiversity overlay code, the summary, do you mean at the bottom? Is there a question you have specifically about?
Yes, so is there any specific biodiversity that you can note on this? Because it doesn't actually, it gives us the what the code is,
Yep.
and that's understandable.
And
but
the
is
assessment
there-
against the code is attached to the report. Yeah, so we
Yes.
didn't ask for an ecological study because the mapped areas are fully contained within the covenant, so it's protected. So we
Okay.
didn't ask them to go and do a species assessment or
Sure.
undertake any information because they were protecting or are proposing to protect it through the covenant. So it's mapped
Excellent.
because it did have nominated locally significant values.
Yes.
So as to specific species, I couldn't tell you that.
That's
But
fine.
generally, our natural resource management team reviewed the proposal and were comfortable with the area nominated for the covenant.
Thank you for clarifying
That's
that.
all right.
Thank you.
Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Erin, when I was reading this, I had concerns about, because it's hilly, and if anybody knows the road, it's hilly and it's not terribly wide, and I'm thinking of emergency vehicles getting in and out there, but you've actually addressed that. You
Yeah.
feel that they can handle that?
Yes, Councillor Mather, the development engineering team reviewed the proposal and have determined that Crannies Road is appropriate for access to the site, and that includes any type of vehicles that need to come into that area.
Okay, there's no mention of road contribution.
No. There is a road contribution, and that is encapsulated through the infrastructure
The
charge.
15,000 per
Yeah,
lot.
there's a percentage, 59%.
So it's incorporated into that, is it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So they don't pay for, it might not have come across very clearly in the report. I see we've missed a bullet point, but transport, parks and community facilities and stormwater are the components that are being paid
Okay.
to with the charge.
And I know that the stormwater is a problem there in that area. There's washouts.
Okay, so
because of the
this
hills?
is purely in relation to trunk stormwater. So
Yes,
So-
it's none.
So there is trunk stormwater nominated in that locality, and the money that's paid towards this development will go into essentially the bucket to treat or to manage stormwater in the vicinity there. Yeah.
Because I know that, well, and I guess it's not probably the right time to raise it, but when they're doing their roadworks and their entrances, if they get pipes under their driveways, because that's a big problem, because they don't. They just go straight onto the land, and the water runs across the road and causes ruts. So we just need to make sure that that does happen. I mean, we don't need to be doing it in hindsight because we get offside with people, but if we do it at development stage, we really need to make sure that they do it properly.
All right. Any other questions?
I think
Councillor?
that's pretty well right, thanks, Erin.
I have one more
Oh, that's-
question.
Sorry,
Sorry.
no prepared site, bushfire hazard assessment. Plan has not been prepared on the site despite the request. But do you think they've addressed that in some of their proposals?
That's correct. They were able to present a response to the code, which was sufficient given the number of lots and the character of the area in terms of sparse vegetation on the front two properties. Yeah, we were comfortable with the outcome there.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Erin.
Councillor Friend?
Thank you. Just one other quick question. The report states there's a high priority for protected plants. Does the applicant then have to apply to the state for any vegetation clearing in the future?
So two things, the protected plants is primarily a state matter, and there's some notes in there. It comes under the Nature Conservation Act, which is administered through the federal government as well as some state entities. Any vegetation clearing on that site would have to be considered by probably both entities, local government and the state. But there is very minimal, if any, clearing allowed in the covenant area. The covenant terms as conditioned explain what can happen in there. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so any other questions, councillors? We'll go into debate. I've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report?
Only to commend the officers for the way that they've looked to make sure that we have reasonable conditions attached to this to protect what is a significant part of the skyline for a lot of people in that rural area, but also provide an opportunity for this person to develop their land in a responsible way.
Anyone speaking against the report? Would anyone else like to speak for? All right, we'll wrap it up.
If I could speak in favour of it, and it's to reiterate the points that a previous Deputy Mayor here, Councillor Graham Scott, made in relation to the development of Panorama Drive. I know that this development is not intrinsically linked to Panorama Drive. However, he certainly felt that Panorama Drive should be used as a key driver for future subdivision potential, and even at the time made comments that there could have been allocation for turn-offs into future subdivisions, given the significant cost that was invested into that. It's encouraging to see that there is future development occurring around that area, and that particular road is, I think, a key factor in that because of the linkages that it provides. So I believe they'll be wonderful rural little home sites, and I'm sure they'll be well received by the market. So congratulations to all involved. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Mather. We'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Aaron. Welcome to the table, Nat. We've got 11.4 councillors, which is the risk-based land use compliance policy. Try saying that with a mouthful of males.
Yeah,
and,
good morning. We'll get a very brief report here today for outlining some suggested minor amendments to the Council risk-based land use compliance policy. The policy was originally adopted by Council in April of 2018. The minor amendments are mainly surrounding some legislation change in the Public Drainage Act, as well as a little trigger there in between the issuing of a show cause notice and an enforcement notice to put in there the possibility of issuing a PIN. The officer's recommendation on this report is that Council resolves to adopt version 2 of the risk-based land use compliance policy as contained in attachment 1 of the report. Any questions?
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I always have questions. It's always good to ask questions. Thanks, Nat, for all of your hard work that's gone into this. It's really important. With the amendment, could you tell the community that may be watching how the compliance notices work?
Sorry, you mean
with show cause notice? Sorry, yeah, I beg your pardon.
The whole process is. Just to try to explain a little bit of the compliance process, probably at the start. So obviously a complaint comes in, investigations happen, depending on the level of risk to council, the steps that we take in actioning those complaints. Depending on the risk, if it is low, it might end in just pretty much a letter that's sent out as a response. If the risk is up a little bit more, we might continue to go through the show cause notice stage, which allows the alleged offender to give us a response back as to what actions they've taken. Then following that, we have the ability to issue a PIN as part of this report, and then go to enforcement if nothing happens within a certain amount of time, enforcement notice, and then possibly another PIN for not complying with the enforcement notice, then all the way up to the possibility of prosecution, depending on the level of risk yes, associated with the report.
Certainly. Thank you so much for that. I'll move this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor May, the question?
Thank you. Through you, Nat. Just do I get it right? Once you've had a show cause and there is no response within a certain time, you go straight to enforcement? Is that how I read it?
Once again, depending on the level of risk, yes. Yeah.
Because I'm thinking if you don't, this was always make provision for the unknown. If somebody was away, if, for instance, something happened to the land and somebody was away and didn't get the notice, and you'd hate to come home and find that you've got this notice on your doorstep that you're in trouble. Has any provision been made for that?
There's every effort to contact and keep in
I know
contact.
people don't want to know about it, but at the same time, that, you know, we have an obligation to know that they've received it somehow.
Yeah, every available method of contact, so from site visits to letters to emails, is used. Yeah, obviously phone calls.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
No problem.
Any other questions, councillors? Right, so I've got a mover and councillor Friend. Can I get a second to thank you? Councillor Mather, thank you. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the report?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for the report?
Mr Mayor, I think we've made it clear, we've made it fair, and people can't ask more than that.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone else wish to speak to the report, councillors? All right, we'll go to the vote on this. We've got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, gentlemen. 11.5, an application for permanent road closure adjacent to 73 Monaco Drive, Zilsey. Welcome to the table, Mr. Lau, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Council. For this first one, Monaco Drive, if Council recalls from a previous session, there was there's a number of properties down in Zilsey where there's a sliver of road reserve adjacent to the property, and the property owners have more or less claimed it, fenced it off, and Council officers investigated and suggested to the property owners that it might be in everyone's best interest to close off that road reserve. So on the condition that they provide an easement, so Council can still access the land to carry out maintenance on the stormwater pipes. So Council had resolved to support 2 previous applications, so this is the 3rd one. Very similar. As you can see on the screen, it's a sliver of road reserve adjacent to the property and with stormwater infrastructure under the ground. So officers are recommending the Council to support this application as well.
Thank you, Tony. Any questions? Councillor Mather?
Just one only question, Tony.
Just one?
That's right, I promise. This easement / road reserve, that only has access to council-owned land, no other land in that area that could have future potential for development.
So yes, Councillor, it's currently only like a 5 metre wide strip of road reserve, looking to close that road reserve so it becomes private property amalgamated into the adjacent land.
Yes.
And with an easement dedicated to council only.
Yes, I was only thinking at the end of the easement, not...
No, it's only for council access.
Okay.
Council, yes.
Done. Thanks.
Thank you, councillor. Any other questions, councillors? Fairly straightforward, methinks. Can I get a mover? Councillor Bello, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Mather. Councillor Bello, you want to speak to? Yeah. All right. Anyone speaking against? All right. Anyone else wish to speak to the report? All right, we'll go to the vote then. Councillors, we've got a mover, Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.6, application for permanent road closure adjacent to Hams Road, Nickel Road in Canoona. Over to you again, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, council, this one's already been to previous session, and officers had recommended that council do not support the application at the time, and to also provide advice back to the applicants on what council would support. So previously there was 4 separate lots. They're wanting to close off a section of road reserve, but the result would have been 1 parcel of land that would have been landlocked with no road reserve. So council did not support it and provided advice back to the applicants saying if you amalgamate the lots, then there won't be any parcel of land that will be landlocked, and so council, in that instance, council would support the road closure. And so the applicant took council's advice, amalgamated lots, and submitted this application to close the road reserve. And so officers are recommending to council to support this application. So you can see on the screen, there's 2 large lots now.
Can you come and show us, please, Tony?
Yep. So previously there was 4 lots, and there was one that's going to be landlocked. Should they close this road reserve? Now they've amalgamated the lots, so there's 2 large lots with road frontage along this road reserve. So this road reserve here pretty much can be closed with no adverse effects.
Question, Mr. Mayor. Would there be practical access from that top road? It's hilly in there, a lot of that country's hilly.
Yes,
Would there be practical access? I mean, there's no swamps or hills that they've got to climb over to get into that landlocked lot, is it?
I'm not sure, Councillor. The applicant owns both parcels of land.
Yes.
And this is a quarry, I believe, or some sort of construction industry. I think that's an office there or something. And yes, I believe that there is many accesses.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's going to be one lot in the long term anyway. That's the condition. Yeah. Okay.
Possibly, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Tony. Tony, on page 44 of the report, Manager of Engineering Services states, looks like they're proposing to amalgamate the lots. Proposing. So you say that the lots have been currently amalgamated already, is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor, yeah.
So,
I provided that advice previously. I was not aware that they had already amalgamated the lots. It has since been completed, yes.
so when was that completed?
I'm not exactly sure, Councillor, but yeah, it's on the title deeds though. When officers carry out a land search, it comes up as the amalgamation is completed. The actual old registered plans have been cancelled, and so it confirms that it's been completed.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Need to make sure that it is amalgamated already. Yes, it looks like it, but sometimes we can be mistaken. Good. Thanks, Tony.
All right. So we'll go into debate on this one, councillors. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? A mover, Councillor Mather. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Councillor Mather, do you wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for the report? Okay, we'll close debate. We'll go to the vote on this one. We've got a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Tony. 11.7, the monthly financial report for the period ending 31 October 2021. Welcome back to the table, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, today I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the month and year-to-date results for October. So overall, the operating result still remains strong with a surplus year-to-date of around $14 million. This is largely contributed from operating revenue is favourable against budget, with particularly better than budget expectations in terms of fees and charges, operating grants and subsidies. Rates and utility charges are within budget expectations. And overall operating expenditure is in line with budget expectations. Council also has a healthy cash balance of $82.8 million, but we did see that decrease by about $1.9 million in the month of October. Total borrowings are sitting at around $64.2 million. Our next debt service repayment will occur in December, which will bring that down even further. The current forecasted capital expenditure is sitting at $53.7 million, with about 15% of the capital portfolio expended so far. But if we include committals, that brings it up to about 36% of the overall portfolio. Rates and charges outstanding have increased slightly on the previous month, but are comparable with previous years, which also sees a slight increase in the month of October, and that's generally because of the water consumption billing that's just occurred. Overall, 54% of our overdue balances are with our collection agencies, and it's also worthy to note that in 2020, Council did pause those additional recovery actions given the uncertainty the community was facing last year. So we are seeing that bow wave effect when we do pause recovery actions taking place now. I believe there are now 7 properties that remain eligible on our sale of land for rate arrears. So Council did resolve 11, so it's down to 7. Procurement. It's a really good news story here in that council's procured a very similar value in terms of goods and services for businesses located within Shire. That's just slightly above what we spent in the balance of the CQ area. Normally it's the other way around. We spend slightly more in the CQ area, so we've actually invested the equivalent amount within our Livingstone Shire. And October was also a very busy month for our contracts and tenders team, with 3 contracts being awarded. 6 were under evaluation at the end of the month, and 5 open in the market. So, councillors, I'm happy to take any questions from you in regards to the report.
All right. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Andrea. On page 49 of the report, we have the current contracts over in excess of $200,000, GST exclusive. We've had those published before. Can we get those published again, please? Get a list of the
So there is a hyperlink in the report, which will take you to council's website. So we have a statutory obligation to do report that, and it's updated on a monthly basis. So that is published every single month. So for the simplicity of the report, if you just click on the hyperlink, it'll take you to council's public website, which has those contracts all listed in the public arena already.
All right, thank you. And the Cooey Bay Management Pool, the Cooey Bay Pool Management, sorry, that's got an open tender at the moment. I'm just not clear where we're at, because we're looking at a bigger plan for that area. I'm just wondering how this fits in with that. Because if we haven't finalised or decided what we want in that precinct, and we're looking at here tenders for the management of the pool, we haven't even fixed the pool.
No. So I believe it is a 12-month with some options, or 2 years with potential options to extend. So it's not a long-term, it's not a 10-year management agreement or anything like that.
It'll probably take us that long to get a plan.
Precisely, yeah.
I just wondered, you just got to dot the I's, I suppose. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right.
The only question was just to confirm, so there was 11 outstanding rates, and they've reduced down to 7 now, though? Okay, right. And there'll be some further process to follow, and hopefully we'll see that number decrease, perhaps even further.
Yeah, so in order for the properties to come off the list, there's 2 things that can occur. Either all of the rates and charges are paid in full, and they have right up until the day of the auction. So before the auction commences, they have a right up until that point to pay rates and charges in full, or through the resolution sought by council. It can also, properties can be taken off the list through the CEO discretion. So that was delegated through the resolution sought by council in August.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Can I get a mover in a second? So your question? Yeah.
Sorry, just a question. Outside of the council meeting, might we be able to get some detail in regards to the costings for the GKI Waste Management Service contract to see whether it fits into where we thought it was going to be?
Certainly.
12 months ago? Yep.
Okay. I'm happy to move the report, councillors. Seconded, Councillor Friend. All right. I don't feel the need to speak to the report, councillors. Anyone speaking against? And can I, as I did last Friday in my one-on-one with the CFO, I just wanted to let everyone know that I congratulated the CFO on the quality of this report. I mean, it's a lengthy report, but I think over the years it's grown, but it's grown in a good way, in the sense that it's not overburdening with information, but the information there is comprehensive and it's relevant and allows us to make decisions. So I did congratulate the CFO on the quality of this report, councillors. All right. We'll go to the vote on this one. A mover myself, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Madam CFO. We might take the opportunity to break for morning tea, because the CEO and I just had a brief mini conference. We were wondering whether we'd progress through and try and get the operational plan and the annual report out of the way, but we thought that might actually take a bit of time, so we'll break now for morning tea, councillors, and reconvene about 10:02, if that's okay with everyone. Procedural motion, break for morning tea. All in favour? Oh, good on you, Councillor Eastwood. You've got to be in the chair, buddy. All in favour? councillors. So procedural motion to resume after the break. Thank you, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. So 11.8, councillors, is the Operational Plan 21-22 Progress Report for Quarter 1. Welcome, Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, so I'm here today to present the Quarter 1 Operational Plan Report for 21-22. Obviously, it's our first 3 months into a new operational plan, so the one we revised and adopted got across the table. So we've got 100 KPIs all up for 2021-2022. So currently we have 92 of those on track, 2 completed, and 6 with some rescheduling expected. That's more around some timeframes of expectation, not completing them as earlier in the financial year as they have expected. So I present that report to Council to be adopted, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Suzanne. Questions, Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you. So much effort goes into so many reports that we received, and this is just one of them, and thank you so much. It's a lot of work behind the scenes. So just on a couple of the operational report, first and foremost, my portfolio encompasses Natural Livingstone, so I have no questions there because I was very satisfied with all of the performance indicators for Natural Livingstone. But on 4.1.1a, it's talking about a staff review, but there is no first quarter progress comments on the staff review. Is this just because they haven't been undertaken as yet?
Mr Mayor, I can probably respond to that one, and Christy can chime in if I'm on the mark. So we are, councillors would be familiar with the development of a performance management framework. Indeed, the report you're considering at the moment is a fairly critical and statutory part of that performance management framework. Item 4.1.1a talks about how this drills down into individual performance arrangements. Councillors are familiar with the performance plan that you've set for me, likewise that I've set for those people that report to me, and that cascades through the organisation. We are also taking an approach of developing that system ground up, and that work continues, but it's not at a level of sophistication that we can really report any great results on that just yet, but we hope to do so at the next quarterly review.
Thanks, Mr CEO. I really appreciate that update. So the next one is 4.1.2c. It states that the budget is underspent and there should be an update from a PCG meeting in October. Do we have any update yet? 4.1.2c.
Certainly. So the budget underspend flag there is also mentioned in the monthly financial report, so it's consistent with the other financial information provided to Council. There was discussion at the October portfolio governance group meeting, but as yet we have not yet consolidated all of the responses, so we're challenging the project managers to have another review of the timeliness and cash flow expectations of the projects before we come back to Council with the final.
Thank you. I can mark that one off. My next one is 4.1.2d. So these are all in alignment. As the water and sewer documents are nearing completion, should we as a council table expect to obtain a report next month or by the end of the calendar year?
So updating the asset management plans is fairly important in terms of the budget cycle. So whilst I would like to think that it'll be happening sooner rather than later. So it's Dan Pearson, Community Assets, who will be facilitating that piece of work.
Lovely, thank you.
And it would need to be resolved by Council to align with the most recent asset management plans to make it publicly available information.
Thank you. Future Livingstone 5.1.4a, decarbonisation of GKI. We currently have a project at the moment funded by state, and just wondering where we're up to in this project, and would you kindly explain to the council table about this project?
possibly not in the purview of the CFO. Councillor Friend, we might need to get someone else to provide you with an update on that.
Might be a question we take on notice, Mr Mayor. I think we probably need Matt, Baldock and Lisa and others to give a meaningful response to that. So if councillors are happy, we'll
Yes.
circulate a response out of session.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Appreciate it. Last one for me, 5.3.2a. Communities are aware of the susceptibility to disasters, especially those with disability. I just want to point out that we did have a conference a couple of weeks ago, and Mr. Masafari was the person who arranged this particular conference. And I'm just putting it to the table that we continue not continue, I beg your pardon, commence a campaign called Knock Next Door for those with disabilities, especially in disaster events. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend, and I'm sure Mr Mazafari has taken on board your comments in relation to Knock Next Door. Any other questions, councillors? All right.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, can I just wanted to ask the table, just to get some feedback on our report, because obviously we are going to Project Mill and this report is going to be developed in a different way. So I guess I want to take this opportunity to ask the councillors, you know, what if the information that we're providing is proficient to them, you know, obviously there's not a lot of colour bright colours in this report, but it is colourful enough to indicate where those particular KPIs are sitting. So I guess I just wanted to ask the table if there's anything particular that they wanted to see in these reports, or maybe change the colours to ticks and crosses or things like that, just to obtain some feedback to make sure that we're giving you something that you're looking for.
I think the positive thing, Suzanne, in terms of colours is that there's very little red, so that's always a bonus. But I think having colours is great because it allows you at a very quick glance to understand or get an appreciation for what's at risk and what's potentially under control. So from that point of view, and just for the members of the community viewing it on live stream, the operational plan is a statutory obligation imposed on council, and this particular document, back when probably a lot of us got into local government first off, was relatively small, but it's grown significantly over the years in terms of its level of detail and complexity and reporting requirements. So it's a big piece of work for our officers, and I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing in that space, because it makes it easy for us with the way this is set out, the colour format, etc., makes it easy for us to sort of, I suppose, hone in on potentially problematic areas.
Thank you.
I'd endorse that, Mr Mayor, and thanks, Suzanne, for those comments. It's important that you need to know what we need to know. We don't know it until it happens. Because we have so much reading to do and absorption, we need to see things in clear, simple form, with the relevant parts, and we can always drill down into those others, but it's important that at a glance, colours are wonderful, red, white and whatever, certainly not too many reds, but you can see at a glance what you've got there, and you can hone into the ones that are really going to take your fancy. Yeah. So thank you for that.
Yeah. All right. Can I get a mover for the report? Thank you, Councillor Bello. Seconded, Councillor Mather. Thank you. Councillor Bello, did you want to speak to the report?
Only just to keep up the good work and look forward to how the reports evolve over time in the format that you choose to use, and it's great to have that two-way communication. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Okay, we'll wrap up debate, councillors. We've got a mover, Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, ladies. We're still on the annual report. I've got to get back to the right agenda item here. 11.9. The annual report, 1st of July 2020, 30 June 2021. Over to you again, ladies.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So today we're here to present the 2020-21 annual report pursuant to section 182 of the local government regulation. This is a statutory report that we're required to present each year. There is some statutory information in there that we're required to present, plus some additional information that we have chosen to present this year. This year we've adopted a more streamlined approach, so we have, I guess, removed some of the prettiness from the annual report and just made it a more succinct report. So we're very happy with what we have come up with this year, and think that it covers off all of the information that we need to present. I'll hand over to Andrew to talk about the financial information.
Thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne. So, councillors, there's two components really to the document. So we have a lot of our legislative compliance obligations that we do at the start of the document, and then the balance of the report is our audited financial statements for the 2021 financial year. So firstly, I'd just like to recognise the efforts of both the accounting and the community assets team. So these folk are engaged quite early on in the piece. There's a lot of work that goes into preparing the set of financial statements. I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of Tony Brett from Recensio Management Accounting and Consultants. So we had to engage in additional external support in order to complete our financial statements this year, due to secondments of some of our key roles within both the assets and the finance team to Project Merlin. I'd also like to note that Livingstone Shire Council was the first Queensland council to migrate towards using a cloud-based financial reporting model this year. And the draft statements were presented to the Audit Committee on the 30th of November, and the final management certification occurred on the 13th of October. So there was a couple of changes in the presentation of the statements from the Shell financial statements that were presented to the Audit Committee earlier this year. This was largely in relation to removal of the note that referred to the sale of land held as inventory. So I've had to separate that out. So that will look a little bit differently if you were to compare the 2019 results in these statements with that of last year. We also have had to restate the opening balances in 2019 because, as is the risk whenever we do a comprehensive revaluation of some of our asset classes, you will no doubt find assets that you hadn't previously identified. So that certainly occurred with our road network this year. In terms of the final results, the operating surplus as reported in the statements for the 2021 financial year was an operating surplus of $3.5 million, which compared to an operating deficit of $193,000 in 2019-20. So the large swing in that is primarily due to a $3 million loss recorded on the sale of land inventory in 2019-20. Overall rates and charges saw an overall net increase of just over $1.4 million, and fees and charges we saw an increase of $2.1 million. And the majority of that variance is related to significant increases across our building, plumbing and development activity within council in that period. Other revenue streams that recorded increases were waste fees, local laws and health licensing. And waste fees were approximately $600,000 higher than the previous year due to a greater volume of waste being deposited at the Yeppoon landfill during the 2021 financial year. Sales revenue, so this is just reflecting upon how we had to change the disclosure in our sale of land note. So that was a decrease of approximately $8.1 million because we had the substantial sale of the Capricorn Coast Homemaker Centre occurring in the previous year. So we didn't have the same level of property that we were just selling in the 2021 year. So that line item will see a decrease. In terms of our grant subsidies and contributions in operating, there was a slight increase of about $340,000 on the previous year. Capital grants and subsidies did increase by about $3.4 million. We also have to recognise a contract liability at 30th of June. And this is for grant revenue that we receive for assets that council will be constructing. They have a grant agreement attached to the back of it. So because we haven't completed the work, and there is a potential for those funds to be returned if we were not to complete the work, we have to recognise a liability. Once the work is completed, we then transfer that as revenue onto our operating, our profit and loss statement. Employee benefits saw an overall increase of just over $7.3 million, and the large contributing factors for that are the salary increases in accordance with Council's enterprise bargaining agreement and an increase in the number of FTE equivalent staff, including permanent and fixed term appointments compared to the previous year. Materials and services did see a decrease, but that is because the previous year included the cost of the lots sold in the 2019-20 for the Homemaker Centre. So excluding the impact of the cost of the land entry, there was a modest increase of just over $1 million or 4% on the previous year for finance costs. For materials and services. So in regards to finance costs, there was a slight increase of $93,000, which is the net cost to council of repaying one of the debt pools out earlier, and we will recover that this year in reduced interest expenses. Our cash balance was an increase of just over $10 million, and that's largely contributed to the substantial amount of grant funding that we did receive in 2020-21, and the majority of that will be released or recognised as revenue in the current financial year once we complete the work. In terms of our property, plant and equipment, we had capital additions of just over $25 million. We received assets contributed by developers of just over $9 million. On those particular ones, and I think in terms of our sustainability statements, so we recorded a operating surplus ratio of 3.65%, which is within the target range of 0 and 10%, or the current target range. The net financial liabilities ratio is also below the target range of 60%, so that was sitting at 22.76% at the end of the financial year, and the asset sustainability ratio was at 62.97%, which is lower than the target range of greater than 90%. But it has improved over a 3-year period, and on the previous year, which was 51.9% in 1920 and 45.4% in 1819. So, councillors, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have on the financial statements at this stage as well, that form part of the annual report.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Councillors, questions? Councillor Mather.
I just have two, Andrea, which are rolled into one. With the last year's expenditure for legal fees and consultancies, how are we tracking in relation to expenditures so far?
Councillor, are you asking how the
what we expended last year in those two items as to how we're travelling now? I'm just trying to get a case to see where we sit.
Certainly. Can I take that as a question on notice and give you an answer
Happy
outside the
Mr.
meeting?
Mayor.
Certainly, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Well, perhaps as a matter of explanation for the community, Madam CFO, we generated a reasonably healthy profit surplus. Just wondering if you can explain to the community that doesn't necessarily translate to cash and what that potentially means.
No, it doesn't necessarily. We've got an extra $3.5 million in cash sitting in our bank account. So any surplus funds, council is usually appropriated towards funding of our capital. So if it's not funded from external grants and subsidies, if we're not using our developer contributions, any surplus is directed towards the application of our capital program. So
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate to ask our officer if they have an opinion in relation to previous matter we had on the agenda with the federal banking scheme?
Probably not appropriate.
She may not push to answer, but she may not be able to answer.
Probably not appropriate, councillor. I'm not going to ask the officer to do that.
It's worth a try. Thank you.
All right. I'm happy to remove this report. Councillors, can I get a second? Councillor Hutton, thank you. I don't feel the need to speak to it, councillors. This is another statutory obligation imposed on council, but I think this annual report reflects a very positive result for the Shire, and I think also reflects well on the strategies that we've pursued and successfully pursued in consultation with our officers and taking their advice on board. Ultimately, we haven't always taken that advice, but that's part of the democratic process and why we're elected. But I think it reflects well on the Shire councillors. I think the outcome is very positive, and hope the community is well pleased with what's been delivered. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Hutton.
Mr. Mayor, I second all of the comments that you made, and I think one of the things that makes me very proud of the Livingstone report, while it may not be as pretty as it has been in previous years, and when I compare our annual report to annual reports of council around ours, there is one stark difference, and whether it be immaterial, which in all honesty it probably is, but I think in terms of our accountability to our community, you can find the wages of all of your councillors on page 12 of our report. To go to other councils, generally it's in the last third, or as one of our local neighbours, it's actually on page 124 of their report. We're upfront, we're providing line of sight to our community, we're holding true to our attendance at meetings, the cost of providing the democratic service to our community, and I think that that's something that as a council table, but also as a community, we should be proud of, that we are upfront, and we have done this for many years, but I just think this year in particular it seems a stark difference, and it's something that I'm proud of and glad to see that we've continued on with our reporting this year.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any other comments, councillors? No? Okay, we'll go to close debate and go to the vote. Got a mover in myself, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, well, before we go into where are we? We'll go back to 11.1 as soon as I find my place. So, councillors, we had a procedural motion from Councillor Hutton prior to the break to lay this particular report on the table, pending further advice from Molly. First of all, councillors, can I get a procedural motion to raise the matter from the table? Thank you, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, so Molly, you'd like to respond to Councillor Hutton's question. Thank you very much. She did? You got your information? You were happy, Councillor? All right, happy to move Councillor Hutton. So this is in relation, councillors, if you're catching up, 11.1, Community Organisation Tenure with Council Draft Policy Procedure and Information Kit. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. Thank you very much. All right. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report?
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, it has been a long journey, and we have both a legacy of the previous Livingstone, a legacy of the amalgamated council, and even the last 6 years of the reiterated Livingstone, whereby we have community groups across the breadth of the Shire having different arrangements in terms of their leasing conditions with council. This has been found to be unsustainable in the past, but it's always been something that, due to the timeliness of both the lengths of these leases, but also the capacity of officers to really delve in and to get us to a place where we can look for a standard set and a standard policy in terms of how we face it. It has been something that's taken time. I'm incredibly excited to say that the officers have been able to bring us forward a proposal today which sees us provide equality to our groups, but also demonstrates to our community the investment that we make as a council on the community's behalf in these organisations. To have a situation where we can say, okay, so every group will have a peppercorn rent, so they have a relatively low rent, but everyone pays for their consumption, so when they're using things, that's a cost that they're attributed with, and to know that these groups will be asked to pay the attributable state fees that in the past some have paid and some we've paid on their behalf. I think it's honest, it's transparent, and while it is a bit of a journey, and I know that the references in the report saying that overall this is a cost to council as opposed to a revenue generating activity for council, it does demonstrate that this council and this community values these groups and wants to give them every opportunity to spend their time, instead of behind
the chook raffles to afford their maintenance and rent of facilities, but are actually allowing them to spend their time investing in their sport, investing in their community, and doing the things that makes our community great and a great place to live. So I think it's an incredibly exciting document. As we know, with all things where you have to create parity, there are going to be some winners and losers, and that's somewhere that I believe as councillors in a community will have to get in behind some of those people who find that where their excessively generous terms have had to be risen to balance out with all of those who have come down to find a parity. We can deal with that and manage that, knowing that we're providing equality to the community, and I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against the report? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Eastwood.
Really just to reiterate Councillor Hutton's remarks, Mr Mayor. And it's great to see that us sporting in our community organisations that really are the backbone to such a great community that we have here. Just to see a fair and equitable process in where they're able to actually know what they have to pay, which is important, and which makes it easy for them to plan into the future, which makes the future of our fantastic Shire even better. So, yeah, really good report, and thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Would anyone else like to speak to the report? All right, we'll wrap up debate then, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Molly. Right, councillors, we're on to item 12.1, which is the notice of motion from myself in relation to the Yeppoon-Rockhampton Road upgrade. As you would have seen from the report, councillors, there was a meeting between ourselves and Transport and Main Roads a few weeks ago where they updated us on the design of the Rockhampton-Yeppoon Road, and in particular the treatment that's going to be provided to the intersection of Artillery Road and Derry Inn Roads with Yeppoon-Rockhampton Road. There's also been engagement by TMR, Transport and Main Roads, with some of the local property owners who are going to be impacted by land resumptions in order to be able to widen the road. There is a degree of concern amongst those residents, and I have to say a degree of concern on my part, at the design of the intersection of Derry Inn Road and Artillery Road with Yeppoon-Rockhampton Road. I just find the design where if you're coming out of Artillery Road and want to go to Rockhampton, you have to turn left towards Yeppoon for 800 metres, do a U-turn, cross a lane, do a U-turn, and then come back towards Rockhampton that way, to be incredible. Same arrangement happens with Derry Inn Road. If you want to go to Yeppoon and you're coming out of Derry Inn Road, you have to turn left towards Rockhampton, travel 800 metres in your vehicle, cross a lane to turn right, U-turn, and then come back towards Yeppoon. Now, we expressed our concern with the engineers at TMR with respect to this design, and we were told that in their view it is the safest option, and their concern, they say, is with road safety, and I don't doubt that it is. But certainly in terms of entertaining other options like roundabouts or overpasses, that wasn't considered on financial grounds. We were told that if, for example, a roundabout was constructed at the Derry Inn Road, Artillery Road intersection, that would potentially cost another $10 million, and the project would stop at that point. It wouldn't be able to continue on down towards Yeppoon because all of the funds would be expended. Well, I just find the responses, councillors, inadequate, and I'm asking your support for Councillor Bello, myself and Councillor Mather to go to Brisbane to meet with Minister Mark Bailey to discuss this particular design, because frankly, if that's the best we can come up with, I am really, really concerned. So I'm going to ask if anyone's got any questions. I'm happy to entertain it, councillors. But Councillor Friend, your light's on.
Thank you. Yes, I do have a question, Mr. Mayor, mostly for the benefit of the community. When you met with TMR, did they give any indication why they are putting this kind of island or traffic control in rather than a roundabout, which kind of makes more sense?
Part of the objective in the design, Councillor Friend, is they didn't want to, I suppose, slow traffic down that's traversing from Rockhampton to Yeppoon in either direction. They wanted to maintain the 100 km/h speed limit, and so one of the pieces of engagement, I suppose, that information they've been given from the community is that they want to be able to get from Rockhampton to Yeppoon and vice versa as quickly as possible. So they wanted to actually allow that speed to continue uninterrupted.
So just so I know, Mr. Mayor, that means that if people are doing the U-turn, while especially at busy times and peak hours where there's, I would even hazard a guess, thousands of cars travelling into Rockhampton at peak hour of the morning, someone has to do a U-turn into that 100k traffic?
There'll be several lanes
Yeah.
to cross over into a slow lane.
Yep, there'll be.
U-turn, then loop back into the fast lane.
That's right. There'll be slip lanes, Councillor Friend, but the issue becomes problematic in my view when you've got B doubles doing a U-turn. Yeah. So you've got heavy articulated vehicles doing a U-turn on a major highway and then trying to converge back into traffic. I think there's a real problem there. No, we're not. We're just in questions, Councillor. So we'll go into debate. I'll move this. If I can get a seconder. Councillor Mather, thank you. We're in debate now. So, councillors, I'm happy to proceed with any questions or whatever.
May I make a statement?
You may make a statement, councillor.
So, in my years of working as a photographer at the Morning Bulletin, I can think of at least 3 major car accidents that happened there, and they were mainly caused by the people coming from either Artillery or
Darien
Road and just not stopping. That's what the main issue. And this proposal they've got isn't going to fix that problem. That's all I like to say. It's not pretty covering those things.
Question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Is it correct that there has been little genuine consultation between TMR and the broader public? Just probably even for the benefit of the listeners, and what actually has taken place?
Yeah, a really good question, Councillor Bello. There's been engagement with the landowners, as I said, who are affected by land resumptions. And they, as I understand it, have been carried out individually rather than as a group. But I'm not aware of any public engagement on this design. And certainly this meeting we had with TMR 2 weeks ago was the second meeting we've had with them in relation to this design. The first one was purely a concept design, and they told us this is their initial thinking, but don't hold them to that because ultimately the design may change. And we got a prior notification of the meeting 2 weeks ago saying this is the final design now, and yes, there were amendments, and we were thinking, oh great, well maybe the the design has changed to a more, what we consider a more favourable outcome, but it hadn't. And certainly I'm not aware of any public consultation that's been conducted with this. Councillor Mather?
Mr. Mayor, we sort of seem to be in suspension of standing orders, although not officially. For the sake of the members and anybody watching, we're dealing with 3 issues here. The people around the Iron Pot, that hill, Cabbage Tree Creek, they're doing private negotiations with transport in relation to the widening of the road in that area, and they are lodging objections, and they do want a meeting with TMR to point out the design could be better, and I don't think we disagree with that. So that's, and I've asked, and the Mayor and I, and we had Michael to ask TMR would they consider that, and they were a bit iffy on it, but I believe they would consider it because they wanted to know names and contacts and what their purpose was. And I've given them that. They know that. So I've put TMR and the residents together, they can work that out themselves. The second part, well, the third part really, one was the design, one was the reclaiming of the land, and the third one was the intersection. So there are three separate issues, and we're looking at the designs, whether it be at Cabbage Tree or whether it be at the Dairy and Artillery intersection. And they're the two issues that we need to talk to the Minister about.
I think the notice of motion brings up 5 issues to be discussed, councillor. So with the approval of the table, I'm more than happy to do that if we get an interview with the Minister.
Mayor, I think the Minister needs to be aware of all of the issues that surround the expenditure of $83 million. And if it's not the best use of the money and not the best, provides the best safety for all car users or vehicle users, then he needs to know, and he needs to know before they spend any of the money.
Right. So, councillors, Councillor Watson?
I'm just wondering, is there any extra money that can be gained to do this?
The short answer is possibly, but I'll take that offline. That's all right. Yeah. All right. So, councillors, Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, there's a lot of passion in regards to this issue, and it is urgent that we get attention from the Minister. I wondered whether, in the intention of, if necessary, travelling down to Brisbane to have this meeting with the Minister, we'd also consider including reaching out and looking for a meeting with the opposition spokesperson on this same topic, because I believe ultimately that may be required to push the agenda.
A good suggestion, councillor. I've had conversations with our federal member locally as well, who's offered a suggestion, and that's what I was going to take offline with the councillors as well. All right, so councillors, I'm looking for your support on this one, so I'm going to just call for a vote to see where this goes ultimately. Councillor Bell, you got a question?
Well, I was probably just wanted to confirm, does Councillor Huddy want an amendment to that, or to include that in, or is that required in there as an amendment, or you're okay with
Oh no, I'm happy for us just to consider, like, you know, if you're taking that time, that you try and make it as useful as possible.
Yep, very good.
All right, so mover myself, seconder and Councillor Mather. Councillors all in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Mr. Mayor, during the break, the Secretary has provided all members with a copy of correspondence that's come from the people in the Iron Pot area at the Cabbage Tree Creek. And after, or now if you like, that we receive that correspondence and attach it to anything that we leave with the Minister, because it just comes directly from the people concerned.
We can probably, I don't think we need to do that formally, Mr. CEO, do we?
It needs to be received at the very least.
We had the motions done anyway, councillor, but I mean,
But it doesn't make reference.
we can take that with us anyway, so
Yes.
I don't know we need to
Yes.
formally receive it.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, that's what it was all about. They sent it knowing it was going to be tabled, well, knowing it was going to be brought to the table today.
Well, at this stage, we'll just leave, we'll take it with us, councillor, I think.
Could we receive it at least, Mr. Mayor?
I don't think it's necessary, councillor. We can take it with us when we go to see the meeting, go to see the Minister, I beg your pardon.
There'll be no record that we've ever had it then.
Well, we'll have it on our records management system, because it'll be basically installed in our records management system.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
12.2, councillors, is a notice of my motion from myself again in relation to potable water at St Christopher's Chapel. I was approached after this year's service at St Christopher's Chapel by some of the return services people and members of the community who maintain or help maintain St Christopher's Chapel site on behalf of council. And they said it would be really great if there was actually a tap there or something along the lines where they can sprinkle water, plants, etc. I didn't think it was an unreasonable request, given that there's a water supply not that far up the road. And so the notice of motion just basically is trying to get a water supply to St Christopher's Chapel site so that it can be maintained by our volunteers to a superior standard. All right, so mover myself, seconded councillor Friend. Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton?
I have 100% support for this, recognising that it actually was part of a budget a couple of years ago. It was Councillor Tom White sought this, and there was a cost attached to it of somewhere in the realms of $14,000 or something, and or maybe even more than that is Councillor Bellow's recollection. So I completely support this, but it would be interesting to see where I remember it being on the long-term capital program, where that project ultimately disappeared as part of this investigation. Where did it go, and how do we get it back?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, as part of if this motion is adopted and we report back, we'll naturally pick up that thread from some years ago.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Mather.
Just a very quick one, Mr. Mayor. The water would be very handy there, because when you're having the functions there, those chairs need to be hosed down because they can be very, very dusty. So it doesn't look inviting when they're dirty. The other thing too, whatever water system we put in there, they need to be locked. Make sure that it's stipulated that they should be locked, so only the user, official user of that service, should have access to any keys.
All right, thank you, councillor. Any other questions, councillors? Comments? All right, so I've got a mover myself, seconded councillor Friend. We'll go to the vote on this. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, for your support. 12.3, I'm going to step out on this one, councillors, because I have a conflict of interest on this. I'm going to hand the chair to councillor Bellow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, councillors, you obviously got the motion there before you. Do you have any questions of me?
Certainly, thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, I have one for yourself and one for Mr. CEO. So I'll start with Mr. CEO. Mr. CEO, with this amendment to the previous resolved notice of motion that I submitted, should not the previous notice of motion be rescinded, repealed, before this amendment made in this current notice of motion?
Mr. Acting Mayor, the question about rescission motions comes up from time to time. Councillors might recall some months ago I provided advice. It's the statute provides circumstances for repealing or rescinding a motion, but doesn't contemplate the circumstances that make it mandatory. The commentary on the Act says, in other words, this section specifies a procedure which must be followed in order to repeal or rescind or revoke or amend a resolution, but the section does not in itself lay down any law as to the circumstances under which it is necessary or legally possible to repeal or amend a resolution. So in effect it says there's nothing preventing the council from changing its mind, passing a subsequent resolution without necessarily repealing or rescinding the earlier resolution. That's sort of been a long-held principle. However, if you're of a mind to repeal or rescind the earlier motion, there is a quite prescriptive process for achieving that. So in answer to your question, it's not necessary, if the council is of a mind, to just pass a subsequent motion.
Mr. Chair, I propose a procedural motion to vote whether we repeal the last notice of motion put in last week.
Okay, so you're putting forward a procedural to, what, in effect, actually rescind this motion firstly, or not?
No, not to actually rescind, but to vote whether the previous notice of motion should be repealed or rescinded. Is that possible?
With respect to Mr. Chair, I don't think that's a procedural motion.
It's not one of the procedural motions contemplated by our standing orders, but I think the councillor's question is testing the will of the council whether you wish to retain the past motion or whether it should be repealed before today's motion is contemplated. However that testing of the group is achieved, not specifically contemplated by the standing orders, but certainly could be done.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Hutton, you have a question.
Yeah, my concern with that is how can you amend, so this motion specifically refers to amending. You can't amend something if you've just repealed it prior to dealing with it. So it predicts an outcome of this motion prior to its, and while it may be the case, I just find that we'd then be causing this motion to need to be adjusted or amended before we could deal with it by dealing with that motion prior to this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. No need for a comment on that, Mr. CEO. Any other councillors? Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just thinking, could this be tidied up by the very first word, Livingstone Shire Council review its eligibility criteria, which means coming back to the table and saying, what do we want? Is what we've had not suitable? Why isn't it suitable? But I think if we review it, it'll save all this messing around having to rescind and do amendments and not knowing whether they're going to fit. It's just basically laying it on the table till we've had another look at it and iron out what we've...
rather than actually making a decision on to amend the policy today, you're asking a procedural to review it.
See what we want and what we've got and what we want. And then we'll know where we're going.
And if I could just ask, what more information do you believe would be relevant that cannot be satisfied within the current time frame today?
Well, the good councillor wanted to look at rescinding or whether we can rescind. That's comes back to our standing orders, whether we understand them, whether this is the appropriate place to use them. I don't think, if the CEO said, and I agree, we can supersede the previous resolution if we know what the previous resolution was and it's not here, and we can have another one to override it. But if we've got a resolution there that's suitable, then obviously this will go down. But if we are not all satisfied that we know what we're talking about, I think the best thing to do is just take a breath and have another look at it and see where we're going, what we want. And we'll all fit in and we'll all support it. I don't have a problem with this at all, and I think if there's any confusion, we just need to clarify it, that's all.
If I go back to the original question from Councillor Friend, what benefit do you think there would be in testing whether we repeal or rescind the current policy and then considering the next one?
I had an experience last year in relation to asbestos dumping at Lammermoor, and I was specifically told by the acting CEO at that time that any previous resolutions needed to be rescinded or repealed before a new resolution could be submitted. There was no talk of amendments on an original resolution that had been passed. So I was pointing out and asking, not pointing out, I was asking our Mr. CEO here whether that needed to be done according to the legislation, and he has answered that. And in answering that, he then said that it would be the table's decision, appetite at the table. So I've brought it to the table to ask you, Mr. Chair, if we should take it to a vote to rescind or repeal the first one first.
Well, I guess it probably would be democratic to put it to the table. The procedural motion, I think Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, Councillor Bello, I think understanding now where Councillor Friend is coming from, I think the difference in the circumstances is that the original motion that was put forward and voted by this council was to amend a policy. So that motion in itself was to amend a policy. It wasn't to rescind a policy and instigate a new policy. It was to amend our criteria. This motion, as was that motion, is about amending a policy of council. So we're not seeking to carte blanche remove a policy. It's simply making an amendment to an existing policy of council or procedure, and that's where. And so this is where, when we discuss the eligibility criteria for these things, I don't believe we would need to rescind anything, because we're not speaking like it's a. The last was to have council officers undertake a particular action in terms of enforcement or in terms of a behaviour, whatever. So it was about getting officers to do something in particular as a one-off, where this is actually about the criteria that we use upon which vendors are related.
Mr. Mayor, it would have been good to have the original motion here that we had. Yes, or here though, when we were reading it. Yes, well, they're the ones I couldn't find, remember? Yeah.
So if I'm interpreting correctly, the CEO's made it clear that there isn't the need
The
to...
need to rescind the previous previous
No,
resolution.
Councillor made the CEO's made it clear that there's no need to have to repeal or rescind. We can amend policies, which we do consistently at meetings, without actually, we don't repeal the previous policies. We amend them as we know that they're a living document, they're living policies, and that they'll change over time. And so I'm comfortable with that it's unnecessary to repeal it to arrive at an outcome that this table can test in the wording that the motion has put forward there. So,
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My second question that I had was, I'm going to ask you, Councillor, Mr. Chair, because I don't really understand. In the original resolution, you originally voted against it, and then you had the deciding vote and voted for it, and now you're wanting to kind of take that back and amend it. Could you tell me why you feel so strongly about this? Is it got to do with the actual company itself? Is it got to do with any memberships to that company or sponsors? What's the issue?
Thank you,
So,
Councillor
point of
Friend.
order, Mr. Acting Mayor. Can we just get some clarity around when we're debating at the... I just, in terms of my point of order, I guess the question I'm seeking advice from the CEO is, in asking a question, are we meant to be asking questions in regards to the motion itself, or are we able to ask about the individual motives of councillors? Surely the purpose of the debate is when councillors express their arguments for or against. But I happily seek advice as to what is the content of questions that we ask prior to debate.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton, for your question, Mr. Acting Chair. There is a degree of freedom afforded to, notwithstanding the standing orders, there is a degree of freedom afforded to the Chair to manage business in the way that the Chair sees fit. It is unusual in my experience to question a councillor's rationale for voting a particular way, but as I say, that's not explicitly precluded that I'm familiar with. So the Mayor may accept or not the question that's posed.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, and thank you, Councillor Hutton, for your point of order. I'm happy to respond to the question, just for transparency and accountability's sake. I guess it's a reflection on my ability to make decisions. You try and process information as best you can at the time, and sometimes you reflect on these things and you realise you've made a mistake. You genuinely believe, actually, that decision is not what I align with. And that is something that you don't sort of reflect on as if, gee, that was a great process that I followed, or that was a great reflection of my ability as a community leader. But I'm prepared to show the humility that I hope that is ultimately what our community would hope, that our pride doesn't get in the way to prevent us from coming back and reconsidering something and redebating something. So on that basis, I appreciate the opportunity to represent the motion for debate and look forward to the table's decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and greatly appreciated, and your honesty, and you're a good man. However, perhaps I wasn't quite specific in my question. So what was the reasoning behind this amendment and notice of motion as such? Was there a particular reason why you don't want to make being a member of Plastic Free CQ a mandatory?
I think at that point, I'm comfortable picking up on Councillor Hutton's train of thought that I think that's probably best for the debate. I'm happy to prosecute that argument in speaking for the motion, and welcome the comments or the debates that are against that point of view. So on that grounds, if there's no further questions, I'll certainly move the motion. Ask, is there a seconder there? Councillor Hutton? Okay.
So it was over a month ago that I assumed the chair's role because of the conflict of the mayor. I found myself in a position where a motion was put forward. And upon reflection of that decision, I think the words of Councillor Hutton haunted me as I left this building by virtue of mandating membership to something is of a concern. Anytime the word mandate is used, it has strong connotations, and many of us attended a meeting last night at the town hall where the subject of mandating was certainly very disturbing to many people. And therefore, I reflected upon this decision that I was part of and feel that the connotations of mandating our mobile vendors or whoever they may be that engage with council is a heaviness or a heavy-handed regulatory framework that is not actually necessary and not necessarily going to bring people along the journey of why it's so important to be compliant with single-use plastics, which is a state legislated requirement now, but to go above and beyond and to make it mandatory that anybody who's in that position with council must join. I think actually, as it points out in there, the comments from the officers, it may actually be counterproductive. So I wouldn't want to do something that's counterproductive to trying to make it as effective as we can to implement plastic free. So on that basis, I believe this amendment will actually strengthen the position and the relationship that council has with with those that participate with council, and that through strong encouragement and leadership by council, we can achieve an even better result than what a mandate would. So, thank you. Any speakers?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your thoughts. It's heartening to actually read the report that the officers wrote. They strongly support the shared principles of the Boomerang Alliance under the Plastic Free Places, which is a state government funded program, and the commitment to reducing and minimising single-use plastics. Council can assist the removal of single-use plastics from the Shire by making it a requirement that any event which receives council funding is conducted on council-controlled land must be single-use plastic free. And in the report, it does go on to state what it is: cups, lids, cutlery, etc. So make a requirement. I just want to target that. Make a requirement. Isn't this what the previous resolution concluded to do? Make it a requirement. Free membership that takes 5 minutes with CQ Plastic Free. Once a member, the offer of free education and assistance is there for the vendors to make the transition easier. The way Plastic Free CQ conducts business is collegial. They pride themselves on not pressing their clients. I've recently heard it stated that it would be likened to walking over cut glass. And I say to all people that think this way, they haven't searched the Plastic Free CQ website, nor have they undertaken any investigation of information. Membership of a specific organisation is not required to achieve such an outcome, and indeed could be a distraction from the principal intent of removing all single-use plastic from circulation. That's in the report. Let's look at that word distraction. How would a free state government approved organisation be a distraction? Report states it must also be noted that the requirement to be single-use plastic free can only be managed through the booking or sponsorship process. And we resolved last month that council changes its eligibility criteria to make membership of Plastic Free CQ a prerequisite for any food vendors at any council-controlled or council-funded events. This is exactly what the resolution was for. The report goes on. As the issuing of food business licence under different legislation, in brackets, or may not be applicable at all if the business has a mobile food licence, again, the intention of the previous resolution was that it be noted on the event application form, not necessarily as part of the food licensing process. This process to become a member of Plastic Free CQ is as really easy as filling out the vendor's details on their website. Now, if the vendors do not wish to take this further, It is their prerogative. However, this is a free service in partnership with the Queensland State Government. It is apolitical. It does not affiliate with any political groups or right-wing political groups. One thing to note before we decide on this amendment today is that the Australian Government's Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment plan actually states that in 2022 they're going to regulate unprocessed single polymer or resin waste plastic exports in July 2022. They're going to phase out non-compostable plastic packaging products containing additive fragmentable technology that do not meet the relevant compostable standards. They're going to phase out expanded polystyrene in loose fill and moulded consumer packaging and food and beverage containers. They're going to phase out PVC packaging labels in December 2022. There is a review process of 2025 national packaging targets. In 2023, and we're not far away, at least 80% of supermarket products to display the Australian recycling label, so they're going to enforce that. And in 2025, their hope to strive for is national packaging targets for industry, which will be 100% of packaging as reusable, recyclable or compostable. It goes on and on and on. And with being a member and just ticking that box on an event form, the vendors in 5 minutes can become a member. If they do not choose to do anything further, Plastic Free CQ do not pressure. They really do want to work with everyone to help everyone in this transition to a plastic-free environment. So I'm actually against this particular amendment because I think it's a great thing for council. It's a free service that council in partnership does not have to provide, and it will help all food vendors in their transition to plastic-free.
Any speakers for the motion? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Mayor. In speaking to the motion, philosophically, I think it's the unanimous view of this table that we do seek to have a reduction in the amount of waste that goes to the landfill. We also seek to encourage behavioural change with a very strong emphasis on the carrot as opposed to the stick. And when we have a criteria that speaks to mandatory action, if an acceptable outcome is mandatory action that leads to no action at all, then what was the point? I would argue, and philosophically, I have a problem, and I've expressed that previously when we dealt with the prior motion, that for council to say that for you to work with us, you actually need to be a member of some other organisation that we're not in control of, that is an independent group, and it's a absolutely wonderful independent group, but for council to say for you to work with us that you must be a member of a third party that we don't control, that we can't, we have no capacity to influence in terms of their policy or their views, I don't think that that's an acceptable outcome. That's not the place of government to place on anyone saying that we can say that we will only let you be on council land if you do certain things in terms of that you will maintain things for us. But for us to tell you you need to join a group of any sort, to me philosophically is unacceptable. Because just because this group today, CQ Plastic Free, is a great group, doesn't mean any other group could be the same. And when we talk about CQ Plastic Free, that they are a wonderful group that's an advocacy body that's promoting a great cause, but we also know that while CQ Plastic Free don't declare themselves an advocacy group, they are part of the Boomerang Alliance. They're an initiative of the Boomerang Alliance itself. Now, the Boomerang Alliance, if we speak to them, they ran a campaign as part of the federal election in 2019, promoting a suite of policies, advocating to parties of all nature, saying, hey, we want you to come out with these policies, offering commentary on the policies of various political parties. We also know that they run campaigns where they're seeking to change legislation. Now, I have no problem with any of the campaigns that I've seen from their website that they're running, but we have a third party that we're not in control of, yet we're saying for you to work with us, you must join that group. you must be giving your details to a third party and allowing them to contact you. And while it may be that we don't have concerns around them today pushing information towards us, what controls are there to stop that happening into the future? There is none, because at the end of the day, it's a third independent party that once you're a member of their group, you have the right, or they have the right, to contact you and to speak to you. It's not for us to try and control an independent group, but it's also not for us to mandate that someone should have to join a third party before they're able to perform and act and participate in our community. Now, I support what Plastic Bag Free is trying to promote. I would love for us to be giving information to every single one of our stallholders who are participating in council events, saying, hey, as a community, the Livingstone Community Plan states that our community desires to actually reduce the impact on the environment. We're looking for renewable, sustainable solutions, and we're promoting this. And hey, these are guys that you can go to who can help you with this, because it is a big change, and for a lot of groups, they don't have the knowledge to do it. So they do need help. But there's a difference between us saying, these are people that you might want to go talk to, versus saying, you must join their group, or else we will not let you have a food van, or we will not let you have a stall at any markets or participate in any events in the Livingstone Shire. There is a distinction there. As the Deputy Mayor said, that when we mandate action or we mandate behaviour, surely it's about things that are in our control. Yet, when we mandate for people to join a group that we cannot control, how are we honestly believing that we're actually having any leadership in that at all? So I encourage councillors to adopt the notice of motion as provided today, because it doesn't walk away from promoting this. In fact, it says that we encourage the following to our food vendors, to people who are organising for event sponsorship, but we don't mandate it, because we can provide access to information, we can provide suggestions as to where they go, but we should not be telling someone whether they join a third-party group that at the end of the day has its own processes, it's had its own governance arrangement, and has no obligation to this council to make sure that it doesn't change the way it operates into the future and become an advocacy body. What happens when the Boomerang Alliance decides that there's something that goes beyond what this council would be willing to adopt, but that's their policy? Do we all of a sudden turn around and go, well, actually now no longer would we like you all to join? Or actually it's too late because they've all become mandatory members for them to be able to participate in our community? It's not personal, it's philosophical, and I'd be supporting this motion on any occasion where we're asking them to mandatory sign up to someone else that's outside of the governance controls of this council and outside the governance controls of the country.
Speakers against the motion? Any further speakers for?
I think this is a case of that we make sure that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's really, really, really important that we follow this plastic-free CQ. Many of us that spend a lot of time on our beaches or even in our hinterland, we get sick of seeing the amount of litter and rubbish that not only has to go into our landfill, but that just sits in our beautiful countryside where it shouldn't be. But we need to make sure that we make it as easy as possible for those that have traditionally supplied some of this stuff to stop doing it. And I really don't believe that a mandate makes that any easier or any better, and I concur with Councillor Hutton in relation to this, because I just, like all of us here, and I think we all believe that we want to reduce our litter, particularly our litter that doesn't break down, but mandates just aren't the way. And I think mandates are, at this stage are starting to scare people, and that's what we don't want. We want to encourage people. We want to encourage people to follow the principles that this council also follows. So I just respectfully ask that you, other councillors, go down this path and vote for this motion. Thank you.
Any other speakers against? Councillor Mather.
I don't care who or what entity raises the need to remove one-use straws or packaging from our waterways or our dumps. I don't care who introduces them. If an entity that we don't know comes up with an idea and it's good, they put it to the table, we decide. Government's not in control. We are in control because we make the decisions. I can understand and appreciate the good councillor's passion on this because she knows more about all these type of things and the legislation and all of the groups that go with it to come up with the knowledge. And we have to be guided by that passion and that knowledge. We don't attend all of these other groups. We rely on a councillor to come back with the right information. She has done that. The fear I have at this moment is the word mandatory, because it's a dirty word in this state at the moment. I believe I would support the motion today with reluctance, but I know where the good councillor is coming from, and we can and we will achieve that. But this needs to be phased in, because if we, as we've previously said, anybody says you're going to do it, like it or not, this isn't something we can force. This is something we need to do as a phase in. We will achieve it. We can do it for us today, and we can encourage all of the other bodies to come on board bit by bit, but they need to be encouraged to support the principles of the Boomerang Alliance. They need education. They need encouragement. They need to be monitored, but they need to be encouraged, not forced. They will come on board because once they're told through education, this is what we're doing, this is what we want to do, we want you on board because we're all on this planet to preserve it and protect it. The policy needs further work, but I think today's, thank you, Mr. Mayor, today's motion or proposed motion is the first step. And we will get down the track and we'll have another step and we will get to where we're going to enhance the said policy, complete it once and for all so we can all have ownership.
Thank you, Councillor Maida. Any further speakers? Councillor Watson. People always take the easy way out. There's many times you'll see things happening and it's whatever's the easiest way. If we don't do anything, they'll continue to take the easy way out. And this is why I believe we need to, I agree with Councillor Bellow's thing with what he wants to do, but the problem is we need to stand up, we need to be counted, we need to make sure that we're protecting our oceans, our hinterlands, as Councillor, oh my God, I'm having a blank day today. You! Oh, Eastwood! But it's just that we're always talking about removing plastics from our waterways and everything else, and if we keep saying, it's okay, do whatever you want to do, then it'll never really ever happen. And that's why I'm still supporting the original motion.
Thank you. I'll just wrap up there. And look, thank you, councillors, very much for your contribution. I do apologise that I put you into this position, but I think that we're better for it at the end of it, irrespective of how we got here. That's what democracy is all about. And I think perhaps even the chamber here, maybe they've enjoyed the debate, I'm not sure, but hopefully they've got something out of it. Look, in concluding, I believe our community actually is getting on board more and more. There may be some that will take the easy way out, and that's reflective of, across societies in many issues, that some will always take the easy way out. But more and more, we're seeing our community step up to the plate. They want to be involved, they want to be on board, they want to champion the cause of having a cleaner environment through the reduction in single-use plastics. And it's been a great initiative of the state government to do that. And I believe that this community here is absolutely committed to doing that. Councillor Friend made the comment that, you know, it is a vendor's prerogative whether they join plastic free QC or not, plastic free CQ. But under our current policy, they don't have that prerogative if they wanted to actually not join the Boomerang Alliance. They would not be able to have a stall with council. So there isn't actually choice there. They may still be absolutely strong advocates for single-use plastics and they're fully compliant, but we're going to make them take that extra step and mandate that they join. To me, that's a step too far that doesn't actually achieve, I believe, the objective of what we're all on board for. So I don't think there's any need for further comments. I thank you all for your contribution, and I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour of amending the current policy to make it not mandatory, but to have a very strong, encouraging and educational information process for those interacting with council. I ask that you put your hand up now, those in favour. Those against? The motion is supported, and thank you for your contribution. We'll get the Mayor back in.
Thank you. 12.4.
Yeah, I have a conflict of interest, I believe. I'm the president of this group that we're about to bring up, and I don't think it's appropriate that I'm in the room.
Well, I think you pretty much
Is
have a
there anything else
declarable
you'd like to
conflict
know?
of interest, councillor, so yes, you need to vacate the room.
Thank you. I also helped start the
We'll
room.
come and find you afterwards.
I'm watching you all.
So we might just wait for Councillor Friend's return. All right, councillors, we've got item 12.4, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton creating synergies for the food bank at the community centre. Councillor Hutton, over to you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just before we take any questions, just advising, while the Capricorn Coast Group does access food from Food Bank as the organisation based in Brisbane, they are actually known as Food Relief Capricorn Coast, so please excuse the fact that in my motion I've intertwined the two when it's Food Relief Capricorn Coast, not Cap Coast Food Bank.
All right.
No, well, so they're an independent group, however they access the food from the organisation known as Food Bank that's based in Brisbane. So they act as a food bank in our community, but their group name is Food Relief Capricorn Coast.
Yes, well, yeah, Food Relief Capricorn Coast.
If I could also, Mr. Chairman, so are that connected to the ones that Councillor Watson's involved in, or?
Yes,
Okay.
that's his group.
So it's Food Group Capricorn Coast? Food Relief Capricorn Coast? Right. Yep. Cool. So not in the title though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Right, okay. All right, Councillor Hutton, floor is yours.
Any questions, Mr Mayor? Otherwise, I'm happy to move the motion.
I have a question. Thank you. Councillor, I'm actually in favour of this particular notice of motion, and I think it was really important that you actually brought this to the table. But my couple of questions are in relation to how large would the shipping container be? That's a twofold question. And would there be any risk involved in having a shipping container in the area at the CDC?
To the first question, I think that would be up to an operational decision as to the amount of material that's required to be in the container. So currently, over the period of the last 12 months, the storage shed, which previously hosted the Strengthening Family Connections vehicle that then became a storage shed, has been partially empty, partially full. Now it's quite full, so I imagine the storage container could be potentially quite large. In terms of risk associated with having a storage container on site, I don't profess to be a workplace health and safety expert, but would imagine that, as with any object in any location, there would undoubtedly be risk associated with it, and that would be investigated as part of investigating solutions.
Any other questions of Councillor Hutton? Councillor Mather.
I'm not too sure how this works, Mr Mayor. If the good councillor would like to explain it, how it all works.
So are you looking for some context or some background, Councillor Mather?
Background for a start, because why would it's being relocated? That's what your proposal is, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, and I'm a bit iffy about the shipping container.
Okay, so to give you, in terms of background, it's a twofold answer, so I apologise that I might be verbose. So the facility that we have at the rear of the community centre on John Street is maybe 2 bay deep storage shed. Now that storage shed has in the past carried both objects as well as a vehicle. Councillor Watson, in his role as Food Relief Capricorn Coast President, has visited the site and believes that it would be an ideal size and scale for the future of that group. However, obviously, Council is currently utilising that facility for the storage of items. So to be able to provide access to the group to use that facility, we need to relocate those items. However, those items have been identified as being required on site there, as they're all used by the staff based in the community centre and the groups at the centre. So while ideally you'd say, hey, whatever's there, we could put in a container and take it off to the depot or take it up to the TAFE,
is it machinery,
the old TAFE campus. No, it's items. So it's things within the shed. At one point, when I was previously down there, there was gym equipment in there that was from the old verbal days that was an asset of council that hadn't been disposed of. But however, because the desire is to keep those assets on site in access for the community centre, that's when I came with the proposal of suggesting that, well, having a container that can put the storage in it but still provides that facility for the co-location and the creation of these synergies.
Thank you. I have another question for Councillor Hutton.
Thanks, councillor.
Sorry, after you.
I just wanted to thank you.
My question, councillor, is having a shipping container for food storage, should it not also then have a shelter over the top of the roof of the shipping container? Because from what I'm aware, shipping containers tend to react quite badly from salt, from water, from leaves that are degrading, that fall onto the top. Would this particular motion not just be a shipping container but also a shelter over the top of the shipping container?
Just confirming that there's no intention of putting food in the shipping container, but rather the objects that are currently in the shed where we'd like to put the food bank in. But for the purposes of the exercise of a conversation in regards to salt and its impact on shipping containers, undoubtedly over the long term, the impact on a shipping container of being in environment which has sea salt in it is naturally not positive. We do know that shipping containers spend large amounts of their time, depending on how they're used, at sea, so that these are things that can wear over a substantial period of time access to those conditions. I don't believe the shipping container is the long-term solution. However, to achieve the outcome of getting these guys on site, and it might be that over time that when we have better use of the facility up at the former TAFE campus that at the moment Housing Project Merlin, maybe other activities from the community centre move up there, in which case they can take their stuff with them and the shipping container may not be needed in the long term. However, I don't believe that we can wait for that long-term outcome when there is such a need to create synergies, and obviously when we get to the debate I'll argue as to why I believe that it's an immediate need as opposed to something that we couldn't leave and wait for years into the future, which would be a normal budgetary process.
Thanks, Councillor.
All right, so Councillor Hutton is obviously moving this. I'm happy to second. So Councillor Hutton, we'd like to speak to your report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in putting forward this motion, councillors, my desire is to achieve an outcome both for Food Relief Capricorn Coast, but also for the community centre and the people who are recipients of iCare support, which is a council-backed program which has both a community and council side to it. iCare, as you know, is a body that you entrusted me to be council's representative on, and it services the needs of people in our community who have fallen on hard times by providing access to either an immediate supplement in terms of dry foods, or provides a voucher which in the past has taken them to either Woolworths or Coles to get some immediate relief in terms of being accessing food for them and their family while they wait for the machinations of state or federal government processes for their longer term solution. While they're there, we also have the opportunity to provide access to the largest database of support services in the Southern Hemisphere, which means that we're not just looking to give them a hand out, but also helping them find their pathway and giving them a hand up to solving some of those underlying problems. One of the challenges we've found in recent times is that if we give someone a $100 voucher to Woolworths, they get $100 worth of groceries, and that's delightful, that's exactly the purpose. However, when we've got access to a facility like the Cap Coast Food Relief Organisation, we can give them a $50 voucher, which gets them $140 worth of groceries. So we can reduce the amount of money we're providing to individual families, which means that we're able to spread it further, but they actually get a greater outcome in terms of the access to food they get, and that's a really good outcome. However, for a period of the last 12 months, we have been working in partnership with Food Relief, where we'll give them the $50 voucher and say, hey, on the days that Food Relief's open up at Jabiru Drive, up you go and visit them. However, for quite a lot of the people who attend our site, they have mobility issues or transport issues, and getting up to the Jabiru site in the industrial area is not a possibility for them, or even worse, potentially, if they come and see us on a Tuesday but they're open on Monday and Friday, they have to wait 4 days, which is by the time the services that would otherwise be able to be accessible from state or federal governments have already come into play. So, I saw great synergy in bringing Food Relief in a co-location with our community centre activities, because it provides council and the iCare project access to that. It also means that people who go to Food Relief who might not otherwise have known or gone and accessed the community centre and its referral services to the largest database of service providers in the Southern Hemisphere, it gives them access to that, which means that we can actually help Food Relief help some of their customers get that hand up, which obviously is a very philosophical thing that this council has supported in the past. However, the opportunity needs to be there. If we were to put Food Relief into this facility, it would save them in the realms of $13,000 in rent a year. Imagine the difference that makes in terms of the good that they can do for their community in itself. It works for council, it works for them. The reason I believe this is something that we should deal with in the immediate future is it is a very low cost. From early outcomes, it looks like it could be as low as less than $10,000 to solve this problem. However, the benefit that it has to our greater community is so huge that it's a multiplier. I don't think we should wait for 3 years until it goes through a budget process and gets dealt with in the capital contest. when we know that for such a relatively low cost, we can achieve something that tomorrow would have such a multiplier effect for food relief and for the work of eye care in the community centre.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Nathan?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I agree with the principle of the food bank. Although it's not a core business of a council, councils do go overboard, over and above their required responsibilities to provide needs to the public. And no doubt there are people who are vulnerable, people who are disadvantaged, and there are people who need additional help. And $13,000 saviour in rent is not to be sneered at, but I think we need to look at another location. Personally, there's no officer's report attached to this, so I don't know how it would fare as far as health regulations go, because of the possibility of cross-contaminants. While virus is the word of the day out there and will be for a long time, we have to be very mindful of everything we do needs to be up to scrutiny, especially if we're dealing with the public and especially if we're dealing with food. We do have that responsibility. I want to see this progress, and I want to see it done in the proper manner. I don't like the thought of having to go to a shipping container to get food or to service the public. I think we need to find a better way of doing it, where everybody can be on board. And I wouldn't like to lose this, but at the same time, I don't want it to be an afterthought. And that's. I mean, it's a good idea, it's a good suggestion, but I don't think it's the right outcome at this point in time. We need more work on this.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. I'm going to speak in favour of this, and notwithstanding your medical background, which I respect enormously, I understand where you're coming from in terms of the potential of cross-contamination, but I think the point needs to be made here. There are two key elements to this. One, I think there's confusion as to what the purpose of the shipping container is. The shipping container is going to store the equipment that was previously stored in the shed. So the shed actually becomes the food bank, for want of a better term. So it has the appropriate construction and all the things around it that gives me some degree of comfort around workplace health and safety, health regulations, etc. And obviously our officers will pay particular attention to that, come the time that this thing has to be fitted out. The second issue is there are no perishables as part of the food bank supply to the general community. They are generally tinned food and packet food, as I understand it. So unless I'm sadly mistaken, I think the opportunity for contamination is significantly reduced. And so any contamination that happens within a box is probably going to happen anyway. It's not going to be an outcome or a function of the location itself. So on that basis, councillors, I'm happy to support this. I think the need is critical. I've been to the location that it's currently the food bank. It is an inappropriate location because it is difficult to get to. I think this provides a good short-term solution while we come up with a longer-term one. Anyone else wish to speak against?
Speak for, Mr. Mayor.
Speak for, Councillor Eastwood. The floor is yours.
Yes, and Councillor Mather, I don't think you can ever go overboard in helping out the down and out. It's something that we should, as a council, do as much as we can to assist those that are struggling. Look, this just makes sense. You've got a food bank which is up in a industrial area, away from the general populace that actually need that assistance. And what this does is this brings it down to an area where they can work in partnership or in synergy, whatever you want to call it, with the community centre to assist those that are in need that our community centre already have. I guess they already know these people and the people already know to go there. So I think that it's going to make access so much easier, but it's also going to mean that there's going to be a greater quantity of food because the food bank people are going to be able to save rent, and quite a substantial rent. So I just think that all in all, it's a good way to go, and I just back this motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else wish to speak to the report? Okay. You want to wrap up, Councillor Hutton?
Yes, all of 2 seconds, Mr. Mayor. Just to say that this co-location ultimately brings the food bank into the heart of Yeppoon. And as one of our former councillors said, our community centre is the beating heart of our community. And it's a place where we have the community centre, it's a place where we have the dignity washrooms, it's a place where you can get support in terms of St Vincent's, who are next door. It's a place where Eddie's goes multiple times a week. This is the perfect co-location where synergies are created both for the benefit of ratepayers but also for our community as a whole, and I'd recommend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, councillors, we've got a mover, Councillor Hutton, a seconder, and myself. We'll go to the vote on this. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. All right. So, councillors, that brings us to the confidential reports, and before...
I think urgent business is...
I was going to deal with that after the
Okay.
after the confidential, councillor. That's all right.
Yep, no problem, thank you.
And councillors, I did have a conversation with the CEO yesterday as to why some of these reports actually were in confidential. No. And I believe there are going to be some revisions as to what reports will be considered confidential and what are going to be considered as ordinary business. Mr. CEO, can we just get clarification on that?
Indeed, Mr. Mayor. We've taken a fairly conservative approach to our recommendations about what items might be considered in closed session today. It is, of course, the prerogative of the council to not accept those recommendations, and upon questioning we've revised our position and therefore recommendation in relation to both items 15.3 and 15.4, and we have no hesitation of those being considered in open session if you would like to proceed with those before the closed session items.
All right, thank you, Mr. CEO. We will do that. Councillors, everyone understand what's happening? Councillor Hutt?
Sorry, just a question on that. Will this mean that a revised agenda will have those reports available to the community?
Yes, we will publish those alongside the rest of the public agenda.
All right, thank you. So we're going to we'll deal with 15.3 and 15.4. So I'm just going to procedural motion on this one to change the agenda item. Right. Yeah. So councillors, providing everyone's happy with this, we'll change the order of confidential. We'll discuss 15.3 and 15.4 first, and then go back into the confidential. Or go into confidential, I should say. So, Mr. CEO, 15.3.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We've got both Michael and Nige joining us as the authors of the report. I'll step councillors through things.
Yep, me go. Morning, councillors. So this report...
Closed session? No, no.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, we've done things both ways, so informally as we've just sort of done, because they haven't been accepted as closed session, we have passed a resolution to do so. On occasion we have passed a procedural motion to change the order of the agenda. On other occasions like today we've done that informally, but there's I understand where you're at. The minutes will record.
As I recall, those past instances where we've moved procedural motions to change the order on the agenda have been for specific reasons. I think this is fairly straightforward. All right, over to you again, gentlemen.
We'll try that again, sorry.
Yeah.
So this one is in relation to the Mount Charlton Reservoir. It's a request for additional funding of 1125 to bring the total budget up to 1410. We had previously applied for 50% funding under the Building Better Regions grant scheme, and we were unsuccessful in that. Council made a previous decision to approve the grant application, and we decided at that time not to increase the core funding, which was originally 285. That 285,000 was simply to replace the roof sheeting on the reservoir. So the The reservoir itself, it's a 9 million litre reservoir built in 1925, so it's got great antiquity value. It services around 1,430 properties all the way from the caves right down to Ramsey Creek and a little beyond into Rocky. The current roof sheeting on the reservoir is at least 50 years old, but it could well be original. There were some outer sheets replaced back in 2012, but they did as little as possible. And it's apparent that you can see holes in that roof. I previously shared some photos in the briefing session which show some of the problems we've got. Also around the edges of the reservoir, the sheets are completely open, so that means that birds and other things can actually get inside the reservoir, and that causes water quality risks that we don't want to continue to accept. So far we've completed various works, internal inspections by divers, and they've made some leak repairs, but obviously they're limited effectiveness because you can't do the same things you can do underwater that you can do when the reservoir's empty. We've also checked out the concrete rafters, and we've come up with a design which lets us save the concrete rafters. In terms of the roof structure, we've had to come up with a new way of tying the purlins, which will replace the wooden structures, down to those concrete rafters, and that's all been signed off by an RPQ, which means we should have a cyclone-proof structure. Yes, we did survive the last cyclone with the roof intact, but we don't know whether the roof will survive the next cyclone, obviously. So we've, since the report was written, in fact, we've awarded the external stairs because they, again, are original vintage 1925 and they are deemed unsafe. It's been flagged by a couple of external auditors as well as our own team that there's a problem there. And I guess in terms of what we expect to get out of this is that we think the structure should get another 20 to 30 years life. I will make the point that Livingstone isn't responsible for the long history of this reservoir and the lack of maintenance. It was only in 2014 that council acquired this as its own asset, and so this is to try to do things as well as possible to give us that 20 to 30 years life, but without over-investing. The elements of the work include roof replacement, leak repair, both to the floor and to the walls, the hydrogel treatment, which is a specific thing to address carbonation, which is quite significant on the northern face for some reason. It must be where the sun and the wind cause the biggest effect. The new stairs, the cyclone-proof of the tie-downs, and then this stainless steel mesh, which will ensure that insects, birds, and any other critter can't get in, as well as sealing up the gaps in the roof. The issue with the sealing of the reservoir has been picked up in 2 external audits in terms of drinking water quality, and we've got it on our priority improvement plan to fix that. So that's what this project is about. When we applied to the Build and Better Regions, we did do a cost-benefit analysis. It's based on a New South Wales Government Treasury template, but that shows a cost-benefit for this project of about 17 to 1, which is exceptionally high. We also did an NPV analysis, net present value analysis, comparing the cost of refurbishing the 9 million reservoir as is, or building a new 5 million reservoir, and there was a significant cost benefit of refurbing. So I think those are the major items. As I said, we had originally budgeted 285, and there was a decision made not to budget for the 50-50 sharing, assuming we'd get the grant. As it is, we haven't got the grant, and so therefore what we're asking is for council to fund 1125 in total. There is a typo, sorry, under budget implications, which says that they begin the project in May 2022. That should say begin the project in December, call tenders and begin the project in December this year, stroke January 2022, and therefore complete the works by August 2022. I just, emphasise in the conclusion that given the risk failure to gain funding from the grant, then we need to proceed with this project either by deferral of other projects or drawing from working capital. So, any questions?
Thank you, Nigel. I'm just going to jump ahead of you, Councillor, for a moment. Apologies. You referred to the conclusion there a minute ago. Mr. CEO, I guess from my perspective, I'd like to, I think council needs to be informed of which way that's going to go, whether you are, at the end of the day, going to draw down on that capital advance from QTC, or whether we're going to fund it internally. I would just like that information as part of what's considered, well, not necessarily considered. Ultimately, this project will or won't stand up according to the vote, but if it gets the approval of council, I think I'd like that information.
Understand, Mr Mayor. I will have to confer with my colleagues to get you a meaningful answer.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Actually, I was just going to ask about the budgetary, what's going to happen there as well, whether we'd end up in deficit if we have to borrow, etc. This is a project that's, and I do have a question, this is a project that is well and truly needed to keep our water supply for the northern suburbs fit for service, fit for purpose. So have you considered taking into account future boundary issues within this? We're putting the report forward today.
So, in terms of drinking water quality, we've identified a significant risk in leaving the reservoir in its current condition. So we really don't have any option but to address that water quality risk. In terms of the boundary issues, then this reservoir is always going to be a key strategic location to service that growing community. In terms of what the outcome of that boundary review is, I can't really comment.
So what you're saying, Mr. Deakin, is this: we're in desperate need so that the potable water remains purposeful to actually undertake this as soon as possible.
That's exactly right, Councillor.
I'll move this, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Watson.
Through the chair, Nigel, is there any way this could be broken up into just doing the roof first and then coming back and sealing it later to save some money, or spread it over a longer distance?
Oh, it's a good question, but we've looked at that. I think you'll see in there that the reservoir was emptied in 2012, and when it was emptied, there were massive problems in terms of the lime had built up slightly taller than me, so that obviously hadn't been emptied since 1925. Now, you're aware that we've got significant issues with the Caves pipeline as well, and we've postponed those works a couple of times, and it's now programmed for next Wednesday. Part of that is that very few of the line valves work properly because they've never been replaced again in the intervening 80 to 100 years. And so to take this reservoir out of service, we'd need to do that to do the roof, and equally we'd need to do that to do the leak repairs. And so we can't really afford to do it twice.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Mather?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through to the officer, I appreciate the honesty and the frankness in their reporting, because this is an area that the public has not been aware of to the depth of our problems that are associated with infrastructure that is not only ancient, almost 100-year-old, but also neglected until we've come to the conclusion that these things need to be done. We're dealing with two issues here. Whether the reservoir itself is capable of seeing us into the future. What needs to be done to make sure that we don't have it fall apart tomorrow or next week or the week after? The other one is the quality of the water. Either way, both have to be addressed because it's critical infrastructure. It's our core responsibility to provide clean water from a safe reservoir to 1,400 people. That's our core. But my concern is your question, Mr Mayor, is where are we getting it from? Where are we getting the money from? It has to be done. There's no two ways about that.
I'm not disputing that, Councillor. All I'm asking for is there's two options presented in the report. One is we ostensibly move into our working capital budget from QTC, or alternatively we defer some other projects. Now, if we're going to do the deferral of projects, I'd like to know what they are.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And that would be my choice, defer projects, because we are overstocked as far as projects go this budget. We're overcommitted. So I don't think we would miss it, but as you say, we need to know which one it is. And I mean, it's going to be pain whichever way it goes. But while I see what needs to be done, and as Nigel says, that it was done in about, 1914? Yes, it was, because I asked for it to be done. Because back in those days, we had so much sludge in the bottom of it, we only had so much water. They had, I don't know if it was sludge, but that's the word I use. The 2014. 2014. Because it had never been done before, you had all of this sediment in the bottom that restricted your capabilities of catching water and containing it. That's why it was done. And I can understand why things are seizing up and starting to fall off and need attention. It's like everything else. We just have to maintain our critical infrastructure. These are essential services. And how we get it, we'll find a way. We always do. And like I said, there'll be pain. Mr. Mayor, there's not a lot I can say except thank the officers for being so open about what we're facing, because the public needs to know what decisions we have to make and why we make them. There was something else, but I've forgotten. I'll let you off that one, Mr. Mayor.
I appreciate that, Councillor. Thank you. And just if I can reply to two things you've said. One is in relation to the fact that it's been neglected. I don't know that neglect is quite the right word. I think it's old infrastructure and things deteriorate over time. Obviously, our officers have been keeping an eye on it over the years, but ultimately I think things reach a tipping point, and this particular asset has reached that tipping point now where it needs some serious money spent on it.
Mr. Mayor, there's it's 1,250 mils a minute is coming from that reservoir. 1.25 litres per minute. It's still leaking, has been leaking for years. And
well, Councillor Mather, I'm not sure, the vote will tell, but I'm not sure anyone here is disputing the fact that it needs attention and it is leaking and it's a wonderful asset and we need money spent on it. But ultimately all I'm saying is, in the longer term, I would like to know what other projects essentially are going to fund this. And the community needs to know that, because this is one of those situations when undoubtedly we will have members of the community in the future saying, why didn't you do project X? And the answer will be because we had to fund the Mount Charlton Reservoir.
Yeah, send them up to my place, Mr. Mayor. I'll talk to them. I have some good news for you. I have it on authority from somebody who knows about these things, that it has the capabilities of seeing us into the future, well into the future.
I have no doubt. But anyway, we're getting into debate, Councillor, rather than question time. So, yeah, Councillor Bello, thank you.
Yeah, look, it's probably of a less significance, but I'm curious. So does the water get treated before it gets into the reservoir or after it leaves the reservoir to go to people's properties?
Good question.
One question, and the only I'm sorry, Nigel, is I think you said that Livingstone picked it back up again
at the amalgamation.
Yeah. So I'm curious to know, but was it not part of Livingstone's assets before the de-amalgamation?
No. So, reservoir was built in 1925 by Rocky City as their original water supply. And then it was owned by Rocky up until, and used by Rocky as their principal up until the time they built Glenmore Water Treatment Plant, which is about 1974. And from that point on, they've actually drawn up an agreement with Livingstone to let us to use the assets, but no clear understanding of who should be doing that long-term renewals on the asset. And it was only really clarified in 2014 when all of a sudden the asset was transferred over to Livingstone for the first time.
I was just curious because I'm probably giving my ignorance away, but that land is in Livingstone.
It is in Livingstone,
I was
yeah.
just curious. So
absolutely.
they built that asset in Livingstone's boundary.
Yes.
That was ultimately their asset.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
I found that quite interesting.
And their boundary reservoir on the pipeline, that too is in Livingstone. So yeah, precedent there. On the treatment question, then all the water that's supplied comes from Glenmore Water Treatment Plant, comes through Ramsey Creek where there's a flow meter that tells how much we have to pay to get that bulk water supply, and then at the reservoir itself there is rechlorination. So because it's a very large storage, 9 million litres, it means that it can sit in there for a while. That can lose chlorine. So we put chlorine back in when we take the water out to make sure it's still safe.
It gets retreated or to a level that is suitable for human consumption at the point of leaving the reservoir.
It is, but with gaps in the roof and those things, then chlorine doesn't kill everything. It kills most things.
No, I was probably more thinking of, say, the holding dam out at Kelly's Dam there, which effectively holds the water, then goes through the treatment plant, and it would have, goodness knows what gets into that dam wallabies, you know, pigs, you name it. That so I was curious of the you know, of the flow of the water and when it gets treated at what points and what have you. So I mean, obviously share the concerns of it, of making sure that water is protected from the elements, I guess, is what you're identifying. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem at all, councillor. Any other questions, councillors? All right, can I get a mover, please? Councillor, someone, oh, councillor Friend said she was going to move this. Seconded, councillor Hutton.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask, I know that the desire was that we'd need to get more information to answer that question. Are we going to get that before we go into debate and vote on it?
Well, actually, I was going to suggest we change the motion and put in point 3 in there to include it. Yep, you're right.
So, Mr. Mayor, firstly, our apologies for the omission from the report of that important information. The intention is to draw on the working capital facility, which gives us a 12-month period for repayment, which will be funded then from cash flow that we forecast will be available from the capital program 21-22.
Right. Okay. So the point 3 will be that works be funded from the working capital facility. Is that the right term, Madam CFO? Working capital facility?
It will happen in the background anyway, so we already have the working capital facility approved by QTC, so how we use it is our discretion.
Do we need to label it as the QTC working capital facility though?
It may not even be required for resolutions.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Councillors, everyone understand the change? Comfortable with it? All right. So we've got a...
Just have one question, and it relates to, I guess, the source of the money's there. And I was having an offside conversation with Councillor Hutton. I thought it'd be more respectful to include everybody. So in the event that if that was to be taken from the source that's identified there, as opposed to, is that different to borrowings, which if it was borrowings it would be intergenerational equity? I'd like to understand.
Essentially, if I can maybe throw to the CFO a minute, but essentially the working capital facility is like an overdraft.
Yep.
So it's not actually a borrowing per se, but it is an extension of our current bank account where they give us an overdraft of it.
And it would be paid back though in a much shorter time frame?
From the...
I guess I would probably like to know the implications of that on the rate base, that potentially it could be, I mean, there could be an inclusion of it could be borrowed, for example, and the impacts of that may be, you know, repaid over 10 years or whatever the case may be, which would be perhaps very different to an overdraft facility. So I'm just needing to be Okay,
well, we'll recognise the CFO in order to respond to that. Yeah.
I guess given that we've got 2 of these, that may require just the same pattern.
So in terms of the working capital facility, Council already has access to a $10 million working capital facility that is approved by QTC in perpetuity. So that is generally used, as the Mayor indicated, to manage your cash flows during a year. But the expectation is that once you draw down on that working capital facility, that it is repaid within a 12 months. So it is only short term about cash flow management. That's the purpose of our working capital facility. In terms of accessing loan, so there are also some interest costs associated with the accessing that working capital facility, and it does depend on the cash flows that are coming out of that. So, yeah, if you repay,
Can I ask what would be the rate?
I would need to take that. So we don't have, we might have we have the facility approved, but we haven't needed to draw down on it. So as you heard today, we have healthy cash surpluses, so we're using our existing cash rather than tapping into that funding stream. So in terms of our loan program, so councils will be well aware that we, in our current adopted budget, we do not have any provision for additional borrowings this financial year. However, our budget can be amended at any time. What it will require from council is in order to seek additional loan funding would be we have to submit our application in by the end of February. It does require the debt policy to be revised to reflect what our anticipated borrowings would be, an updated budget and long-term financial forecast. Coincidentally, at the moment, we're also in the stages of having our biannual QTC credit review. So instead of having a credit review when you only require borrowings, we are on a 2-yearly cycle for that process as well. So it is doable. It certainly would make it easier to smooth the costs out of funding the additional additional capital funds required for this critical piece of infrastructure over a longer period for the users that access those facilities, and it is not currently factored into, so those additional costs are currently not factored into our water pricing scheme at present. So that would also need a revision as part of the budget deliberations for 22-23. Have I answered all your questions there, Councillor Bello?
You've certainly, I guess, raised the, or my interest in understanding, because there's ultimately various options there that we do have, and that one wasn't part of the options that are presented in the motion. I'm not critical of that, but I'm interested to know from the financial department and the CEO is that what would be the the fors and against moving forward if you were to use the intergenerational equity of actually borrowing the money, given that that's an asset that's been there for the last 80 whatever odd years. It could be there for the next 30, but effectively if we go along with this way, the ratepayer is going to absorb that cost now. And we've got another one to follow with the transfer station, which is another asset that effectively for the next 30 years or so, or however long. So I guess I'm raising it and I'm looking to others for their,
It is a very valid point about when to use borrowing. So debt isn't a bad thing
to
have for an organisation. It's the quantum of that. And councillors have been very clear in their direction in looking at reducing our overall debt balances. Hence the recommendation to use our working capital facility addresses that appetite that council has clearly demonstrated through the current budget that's adopted.
So potentially it's the debt policy which influenced what you're able to bring as options for us to finance this asset here.
Yeah, the debt policy is essentially the formal document or position of council that identifies what it's going to borrow for over the next 10-year period that aligns with our financial forecast. It specifically articulates how much we're going to be repaying in our principal repayments and interest, so it's all very clear and transparent for the community as well as councillors.
One final question, Mr. Chair. Would you feel that it would benefit council from perhaps entertaining or considering another option to finance this through borrowings? Would that be something you believe would be worthy of providing to councillors?
As I mentioned before, all options are worthy of consideration by council. However, the use of the working capital facility does align with the direction that council has been very clear, or that I've received, around council's appetite to reduce our overall borrowings. So if there is a change in that appetite, then we could certainly explore looking at debt funding as a source of capital funding for the projects. The alternate stream is looking at the charging regime for the users of those infrastructure services.
Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, a follow-up question. So, are you saying that there's a conflict within policy? Because there is a very clear policy around the desire of council to reduce its debt, but our policy also states that when looking at long-term assets, that we will look to ensure intergenerational equity is considered as a pathway. So, do we have a conflict between two existing parts of our budgetary policy, which has created the scenario where we can't kind of make this value? Yeah, we're making a non-value judgment.
No, I don't think it's a conflict. I would say it is a conflict of principles. It's saying that when there is a decision to increase our borrowings, it will be under these premises. So for the income generating assets, for intergenerational equity purposes. So if there is a change in the appetite of how much borrowing council wishes to have on its books, then it would need to be in accordance with the debt borrowing principles that we have established, which is for those things that I've just mentioned. That is an example of an asset that borrowings could be used for, yes.
Right, councillors. I'm getting a feeling of disquiet about point 3. and how this is ultimately going to be funded?
Mr. Chair, perhaps I probably do share that. What was the word you used? Sorry, disquiet. I think it's getting close to lunch, or just about past it. So it is past it actually. I am experiencing that, and I guess I'm probably looking for advice, whether it be from yourself or the CEO, whether it's a matter of amending it and including that the borrowing be considered as an option and a report back to the councillors to be able to consider that, or framing it in a way that allows for that.
Or perhaps if we change point 3 to basically say that options for a report on options for funding be brought back to council. That doesn't stop the officers then, based on 1 and 2, from progressing with their planning on this. Nigel, I'm assuming that's...
Yeah, I think, if we say that we've got turn it off. I think if we say that we've got the funding, then that's great, because it means that we can proceed with the tender process, and so it doesn't interfere with that, shouldn't affect the timeline.
No, cool. Yeah. All right. So is everyone comfortable with that now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Okay, so I'm going for a mover and a second on this. Councillor Friend is moving. Thank you. Seconded. I had someone. Nigel was. You're comfortable in that? Yeah, I'm fine. Okay. All right. I thought you had your hand up before. Sorry. I didn't. That's for a question. All right. See. Oh, you just missed out. All right. I'm Councillor Hutton. Councillor Eastwood. I'm assuming you're not going to die in a ditch over that one. So. He gets hungry. He gets hangry. Yeah. So we're going to move a Councillor Friend, second to Councillor Hutton. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate that. Potable water within our Shire is of the utmost importance. This is one of the mandatory tasks that local government take on. Potable water is important so that we're not feeding it to our constituents, our ratepayers, their families, their children, and we find that the water quality is compromised. So this is of utmost importance, being that the Mount Chalmers Reservoir is 96 years old, and it has really had nothing done to it in most of these years. I believe in 1943, the American troops during World War II raised the pipeline itself and placed it on plinths. Other than that, this is such an important task that our water department has to undertake. So I commend this to the table and think this is wonderful.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? All right, so we wrap up debate. We've got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. And councillors, I'm going to move a procedural motion that we break for lunch. All in favour? Carried. Councillors, we'll reconvene. Back on live stream. Okay, procedural motion, please, to reconvene after lunch. Thank you, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. We're up to 15.4, which is still in open, Mr CEO, as I understand it, which is the Poon Resource Recovery Centre capital cost increase. Who's delivering this, Mr CEO? Okay, over to you, Nige.
Hello again, councillors. Resource Recovery Centre. This one is in line with the waste strategy. Councillors aware that we had great engagement on the waste strategy. Really good public engagement. We got, I think, 250 downloads. We got about 80% overwhelmingly positive response from people in terms of what we're trying to do with resource recovery and waste. There's the key elements, I guess, of the strategy are around changing people's behaviours and then moving towards a circular economy. And those are the things that were supported strongly. So this project helps people by making it easy. It removes a significant safety hazard in terms of the traffic flows. It's going to reduce the waiting times for residential customers, but it's also going to improve business efficiency. Importantly, what we've got in terms of the scope reuses as much of the existing assets in terms of roads, the existing ro-ro containers, the oil, the reuse market, and even the nursery, which is co-located at the landfill site. But it also future-proofs us in terms of the things that we do now, which is the container recycling scheme, the cardboard, mixed metals, solar panels, batteries, car batteries, that is, gas bottles, fire extinguishers, oils, and e-waste. But there's other things that we don't do at the moment and we'd like to do, things like paint, polystyrene. We heard that there's some long-term government plans to address that, but at the moment all our polystyrene ends up in the landfill, adding to our problems. Council's already made some comments today around, that they support those things, making it as easy as possible, and that the community is more and more on board with these kind of things, and that there is also a commitment to reduce landfill and towards that behavioural change. And I heard the expression carrot, not stick used, and I think that's what this is about. So unfortunately, the project has had to have an expanded scope, the main difference being the fact that the weighbridge is in the wrong spot. It simply prevents us from separating residential from commercial customers, and that adds significant cost into the project. In total, we're saying around $792,000 additional funding is required. We were successful in getting that 625 grant from the IDP program, and that's how we came up with a budget of 2.18 million. Unfortunately, there wasn't time to do any design. There was not time to do any concept design. What we've done since then is we've put up a master plan to work out how this facility can serve the community for the next 20, 30 years. And bear in mind that we're in a significantly changing space in terms of what's happening in the waste industry. Increasingly we're seeing government is pushing to avoid landfill, and this project is one of the ways that council is going to help people do that. The next landfill cell, I would mention, was estimated at about 6 to 8 million back in 2015. We're doing some further work to confirm that, but at the moment it is looking like it's at least $7 million. And it's also looking like that $7 million investment is going to need to be done in April 2026. So not too far away. And bear in mind that even when we spend that $7 million, that new landfill cell will only have a life of 10 years. So landfill is not our way forward, and resource recovery is. The LGAQ have flagged that government made a commitment to retain the $85 per tonne subsidy on residential waste. There's no guarantees that's going to exist post 30 June. If it doesn't exist then our annual outgoings will increase by about $970,000 per annum. So that's obviously one of the major drivers for this project. Also worth noting that in terms of how we see the cost of the new landfill cell, it's at least $53 per tonne for each tonne we can avoid putting into landfill. I'd also point out that there's ongoing care and maintenance for these closed cells in a landfill, and I believe at the moment council estimates the cost of that care and maintenance and testing to be about $150,000 per year. So clearly every year we can eke out of our current landfill cells is critical. We've looked at all the options that are on the table in terms of things that we might be able to cut back from the current design. As I say, the current design is based on a master plan, and therefore we believe it's the long-term solution. So relocation of the weighbridge, we don't believe that can be avoided. At the moment, it presents a significant hazard. I'm told even at the last weekend, there's an instance of a commercial vehicle trying to get into the landfill and taking 35 minutes to get through the gate. So you can imagine, for our domestic customers, equally, the frustration when they finally get through the gate and get to the bins, that's when people say, I can't be bothered with all this recycling. I'm just going to dump it in the general waste and it can go to landfill. That's what we're trying to avoid. About 80% of our traffic is residential and the other 20% is commercial. So what the scheme gives us is it separates those two flows. Commercials we should be able to speed up because we can give them RFID tags and they can automatically go through, log to their account, and they can do the same on the way out. They just simply tap in with their RFIDs. For the residential customers, they'll have the guidance of the people at the gatehouse. There'll also be, and it wasn't shown on the plans I presented, but I mean, what they have at Lakes Creek is that there's some coloured lines. When you get to the gatehouse, they tell you to follow the blue line, the red line, the green line, depending on what type of resource you're trying to recover, or indeed if you're actually going to landfill it. So that should make it very easy. And once we get to those particular stations, there'll be somebody there to help people understand what they can do with which item. We've got a reasonably large resource recovery shed because it will facilitate all those streams that I mentioned that we do now, but it will also facilitate future streams to ensure that we continue to increase the diversion from landfill. In separating the commercial traffic from the residential traffic, we do need to automate the weighbridges. That's why I talked about RFID tags, which identify the vehicle, identify the company, and automatically bill their account. There's an IT cost there of something like $35,000 per year. The alternative is to have an operator about $100,000 per year. The second weighbridge, I flagged that we can't actually just defer the foundations for the second weighbridge, but arguably we could defer the purchase of that second weighbridge. What that will do is it'll still cause potential clashes of traffic around that particular area. And the way around that is to give the commercial operators the added efficiencies and avoid those delays. And if we need to, we can recover those costs from the commercial fees in the next financial year, which would be $60,000 to purchase that second weighbridge. Anything else? Check-in station. There's three elements that are critical to the 625 funding we have got, which is the check-in station, the resource recovery shed, and Leanne's going to help me with the third one. So the check-in station, we said what we could do is not make that an entry statement. We could just put the donga back there, relocate it from its current position. But the whole idea is to make sure that people realise something has changed, make sure that this is a new dimension. It's not the old landfill anymore, it's the resource recovery centre. The shed itself, we've said that it's a 3-bay shed. We've reused the oil disposal facilities to avoid costs where possible. But the resource recovery shed is actually a 3-bay shed. It gives us plenty of room there to do all the activities we need to do now in the future. There is the option not to construct the last bay, and we think the savings could be about $130,000. But the problem with doing that is we still need to build the foundations now because all of the major structures have to be piled on this site because they're all built on old unlined landfill cells. The next one was the 5th Ro-Ro bin. There's 4 Ro-Ro bin bays there at the moment. And if we didn't build the 5th one, we think we could save about $80,000. The reasons for recommending it are the fact that there will be significant operational savings coming from being able to use those large bins, and we'll lose that. And also, it's, at times peak demand, then we do see public dissatisfaction while they're queuing up to use the Ro-Ro bins. So this again future-proofs us. I flagged that the nursery is co-located there, and we've had to work around that. And I think we've come up with a way to do that, but it has added some cost into the project. We also flagged that some of the gravel road drainage works could be done by a council or by another contractor, but ultimately the cost savings would be minimal rather than putting them in the main construction package. I wanted just to flag, given this is in open session, that total budget for the project is about 3 million. We spent about 400,000 to date. We think that there's 130,000 left to spend with our consultants, perhaps 150,000 council costs still to come, and about 70,000 in highway cameras. There's also contingency sum. So it's worth noting that the main construction package, we think, is going to be funded to the tune of around $2 million, not the $3 million we need for the total budget. So I think we're asking to put the recommendation 3 on this project, identical to what we did with the Mount Charlton Reservoir project.
Thank you.
Questions?
Yes.
Councillors?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Deakin, how much material will actually be saved from the landfill by undertaking and completing this resource recovery centre? It's a twofold question. And how many more years would this then extend the current cell of the landfill before a second cell was required, approximately?
That is a fantastic question. As I say, we know the cost of each tonne avoided in terms of that $53 a tonne. We know the cost of each tonne avoided in terms of levy, which is that $85 a tonne. We can't give, an exact prediction of how many tonnes we'll save, because this project isn't just about changing what we dump at the Yeppoon site. This is also about changing behaviours so that people think about it in terms of the circular economy and think about whether they need it from the start. So it's that pyramid of avoid, reuse, recycle, down to the bottom, which is finally get to landfill.
Certainly, and it's so important, I imagine, that moving the weighbridge would certainly free up the congestion of traffic that has been experienced over a number of years, really. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. We think that the weighbridge is just completely in the wrong position. It's causing potential hazard, and we're concerned that in the long term there could be an accident, but it certainly causes great dissatisfaction and helps people justify doing the wrong thing rather than trying to do the right thing.
So I imagine that this $795,000 that's required, that's in the report, would then save council give council some time to come up with $7 million plus for a new cell. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. So the intention is that this will defer that cell from that April 26th date. Whether it will be deferred by 1 year, 2 year, can't tell. But obviously, in terms of borrowings, that's quite significant. For every year we can push it back is a massive saving to council and to ratepayers.
Thank you so much. And one last question. If this $795,000 was not approved today via council table, what would happen to this very urgent and needed project?
So I think what we tried to do was to explore all possible options to cut the scope to fit within the budget. And what we've given is a breakdown of all the things we've looked at. But the problem is that all of them bring issues, and particularly in terms of, say, the weighbridge, which wasn't contemplated in the original scope. We're concerned that that will cause massive dissatisfaction because councils invest in a huge amount of money in a future-proofing our resource recovery, and yet we won't address that fundamental of the fact that people don't have an easy time there trying to do the right thing because they have to wait a long time. By separating the commercials and the residentials, we can make a real difference there and give people the best opportunity, at least, to do the right thing.
Thank you so much. I'll move this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other questions, councillors? All right, so Councillor Watson, question?
I'm just wondering, are we going to be borrowing money to do this?
Yeah.
The reason I'm thinking that is when we were talking last time, you've got the little checkpoint building, and I wondered whether we could not use that and use the current one, or maybe move that one to where it was and save money that way. I don't know if that's an option or not.
So we looked at all of those options. I think Councillor you suggested putting it on the north side, and the problem there was that there's a clash both with the stormwater and with the nursery, and so that isn't really an option. The check-in shed itself. So the check-in shed, is intended to be for all residential customers, and as I said, that's the point where people get the direction. If they've been there many times before, great, they can pretty much just get there, pay their money or not. If they're just recycling, they don't pay any money, and then they've got an arrow on the ground that will just follow, and it'll take them where they need to be.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right, we'll go into debate, and you can ask any further questions then if you wish. Seconding, councillor? All right, so mover, Councillor Friend, seconded, Councillor Mather. All right, so Councillor Friend, did you want to talk to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be very brief because it's something that's been rehashed quite a little bit at this table in the last 18 months, and that's the fact that we are moving into a new era, as Councillor Mather has said. We need to be aware of the change in our behaviour when it comes to rubbish and waste. I mean, we've all grown up in a disposable society, myself included, and we've become lazy. Years ago and generations ago, they used to reuse a lot of their materials. Materials were quite precious. Now we're a disposable society that tend to throw everything away, and it's someone else's worry or someone else's problem. The issue is, it's now come full circle and it's coming back to bite all of us, not just Livingstone, but every LGA within Queensland and Australia. And this waste issue is a big one. Without a resource recovery centre, we have no hope to progress within Livingstone whatsoever in either education, behavioural change, or even the items that we use. So this is a progression. There's no progress without change, and we need to make this change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? All right, well, councillors, I'm going to speak for it, but I have to say that I'm not happy about it. I had a snarl at the briefing session about the additional ask of $792,000, which is not an insignificant amount of money. Now, I note the officer's comments around the rush to get the spec done in order to get the funding application in. But holy dooly, $792,000 short, how does that happen? That's a lot of money. And I think at this point in time, I would like some assurances from the officers going forward that we don't have a repeat of this. If we're going to rush for deadlines for funding going forward, then maybe we don't go for the funding or maybe we pull back on the project, because here we are scurrying around now trying to find ways of saving money. Do we have a second weighbridge? Do we sort of not put this particular part of the project in, or what have you? We have to have all of it. It's pretty simple. We've got to have all of it. But for $792,000, I would hate to think that we're very blasé about that. And I find that particularly disturbing. Anyone else speaking against? All right, I'll go to the debate on the vote on this, councillors. I'm assuming all the conversation's wrapped up. You've got a mover and Councillor Friend, seconder and Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Yep. We might do the urgent business, I think, first, Mr. CEO. Yeah, yeah. All right, urgent business is item 13, councillors, and there's nothing scripted for today, but I am going to raise one topic, and we were all, I think, apart from Councillor Hutton, who was at the CAP Enterprise Board meeting last night, in attendance at the meeting at the town hall last night in relation to the business pro-choice issue, and held by a group that's been convened in Yeppoon to, I guess, express its concern to the state and federal government around the latest round of, I suppose, restrictions imposed on Queensland post December 17. You were all present. You all basically heard from Senator Matt Canavan, all heard from Senator Pauline Hanson, and we're informed that Senator Hanson is putting a private member's bill to the federal parliament to basically have the mandation of vaccines reversed. So we have a very passionate community here, councillors. You would have seen that and heard that last night, apart from Councillor Hutton. And I think he's actually catching up today with a lot of emails and texts that he's receiving as well on this particular subject. There is a very strong push from the business community, councillors, as you would have already seen as well, that this council adopts a particular position of pro-choice. So what the business community is asking, and I've received probably about 30 emails and texts by now, and I'm assuming you probably have the same number. So the business community is asking this council to pass a resolution to become pro-choice. In other words, to write to the state government and the federal government, clearly articulating its position that it does not support the restrictions imposed post December 17, even if we get to an 80% vaccination rate. So, councillors, I know there's probably a sentiment in the room that we should essentially do this. I'm not saying we should not, but I think it would be wise if we sought some advice first from the Local Government Association of Queensland in relation to where they're at with their survey, because as you will be aware, they're surveying all councils within Queensland on their reaction to the restrictions brought in 2 weeks ago by the, last week, whenever it was, by the state government. So they're conducting a survey to gain council's view on their reaction and their community's reaction to those restrictions. So it will be interesting, I think, and by now I think, and the CEO and I had a chat about it over lunch, they probably are starting to get enough data now to get a feel for what the councils throughout this state are thinking. So I'd like to do that, and I suggest we wait until we do that. And the other thing I'd like to do, of course, is to get some advice from King & Company, just to make sure we're not crossing any legal boundaries here that we are unaware of. I can't think of any, but I'd much rather be safer than sorry. So I would also suggest some caution and getting that legal advice. Councillor Hutton, I'm also going to ask you to maybe comment on CAP Enterprises' position on this before I go to the rest of the councillors. Thank you.
Yeah, so last night there was quite a substantial conversation at the CAP Enterprise Board meeting around mandatory vaccination and the impact that it has on businesses in the workplace, and quite honestly, the challenge that a lot of businesses are facing in having awareness as to what their rights are, their responsibilities, but also how are they going to manage this process either effectively, efficiently, if there is no movement to change by the state government. So we hopefully will have all received, and any member of the community who's a member of Capricorn Enterprise will have received today an invitation to what they're calling a legal lunch, where they're actually going to have advice provided by solicitors who are going to talk about mandatory vaccinations in the workplace. And on that session, which is on Wednesday, the 8th of December, prior to our next council meeting, they're looking at, okay, so what are the current cases dealing with in terms of the issue? What can employers do? What are the legal ramifications for employment? Are there litigious matters such as unfair dismissal and general protections? What about discrimination claims, personal and accessible liability, along with taking some learnings from Good Start and the Queensland Police Service, who have been in that process of trying to achieve mandatory vaccination in the workplace, along with practical strategies for employers with dealing how it works. So I know that a lot of our business community is desperately, for better or worse, seeking information as to how not only does this impact them, but how are they going to manage it. And that opportunity is going to be available on Wednesday
the 8th of September, 8th of December, through CAP Enterprise for business to hear from experts in the field, as well with Mary Carroll's currently taking questions from local businesses so that she can do some frequently asked questions and get answers from the Queensland Government to feed back to business community as well through their regular news flashes.
So will this meeting be open to all businesses or just members of CAP Enterprise?
I'm not certain.
Members and non-members? Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thanks for the update, Councillor Hutton.
Limited to 80 people.
Limited to 80. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Friend. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps. All right. So, councillors, happy to entertain all views on this one, but as I said, I think we could potentially get the advice from LGAQ, talk to King and Company, and then convene a special meeting of council very quickly to adopt a position on this one way or another. So I would just respectfully suggest that we get that information first and then convene a meeting as soon as we have it. Other thoughts, councillors?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And we respect your position too. You have to lead us, and of course we're steering you at the same time. We're all very passionate about what's ahead and what these people are facing in critical times. Yes, the public does expect us to lead, and we will. The views of the LGAQ, if they're doing surveys of all councils, irrespective of what the others are doing, it's a survey. And they might put something together that might complement what we're doing, but it won't negate what our intent is, and that's to get a message through to the state government and the federal government to say we have a choice. We as Australians have the right to choose. We won't be forced with medication, and it is no different to fluoride. I've been through that one. We won that one because the reasons were right. There's so many unknowns in this one as well. And any message that we get through to the state government before they actually put a bill to Parliament, and that's my concern, because once that bill's put together, the state government to mandate this, then the debate will be on. And even though Pauline has, and I'm sure she will honour, her member's bill, and Matt Canavan, he has suggested repeatedly last night that there are avenues for amendments, which means it could go on. We want to get a clear message through without complication to both tiers of government that we are arguing our case as a council. What the others do is up to them. But as long as you say, get King and Co.'s advice, and if there's nothing that we're doing that's illegal, then I don't see any reason why we can't have a special meeting and get the wording right as soon as possible, please.
And councillors, just to make you aware, I'm pretty sure I won't be able to participate in that discussion or meeting because of my wife being a small business owner in this town. I'm probably going to be conflicted on it, I think.
Mr. Mayor, with respect, your wife has no greater interest than any other business person in town.
I'll seek some advice and I'll discuss that with the CEO, Councillor Mather.
Because that's the principle we use at this table.
I'm a business owner.
Yep.
I'm a business owner. Also,
yep.
I'm also a business owner, Mr. Mayor, and again, I don't think I'd have any more interest than anybody else. I actually don't employ anybody, so.
No. I think it would behoove both of us, Councillor, to get some advice from the CEO on that.
Mr. Mayor, my husband's a business owner, and he, although he works in Rockhampton, Gracemere, he also works in Yeppoon. Where does that? So I think that I'm happy to take advice. However, then if we're left without a quorum, and Councillor Watson runs a non-for-profit business, so it's all relative. So I'm. Yeah, Councillor Bello.
I understand. We just need to get that advice. But again, councillors, to protect yourselves, I mean, we've all been having little romps with the OIA and CCC of recent years. We don't want to have any more of those. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, but anyway, anyway, Councillor Eastwood.
Yeah, and Mr Mayor, I do appreciate what you're saying about contacting the LGAQ and King and Company, and it's probably not a bad idea at this stage, but I think also as a council, as a people, that have been given a fairly strong message, particularly last night. And what you've got to remember, this is not, and I think especially for the public that are viewing, this is not about vaccination or not getting vaccinated. This is about freedom of choice. And so that's what it comes down to. People should have the freedom, a freedom that's been fought for by, goodness knows how many Australians throughout Australia being a country and before. And I think that we need to make sure that we have that differentiation. That it's not particularly about the vaccination. It's about freedom. And most of us love our freedoms. And the problem is with what the state government intend to do is to take away many of those freedoms. And I do believe that regardless of what the LGAQ do, that we need to have the courage to stand alone if we have to. I think it's just really, really important that we listen to the voice of our community and that we have the heart to abide with it.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, thank you. This is not about anti-vax or pro-vax. It's really about, as Councillor Eastwood said, our freedoms, and the fact that we then have to comply with laws that are going to be ruining small business, that's going to really have a huge impact on our local economy here in Livingstone. And I agree, this is where we do need to make a stand. Thank you.
Councillor.
Mr Chair, I recognise we're not in debate, so I don't want to put forward a view as such, but more how do we advance in a way that is going to at least allow the table to consider the debate in the most expedient way possible, but still protect our backsides, I guess. What sort of timeframes, I guess, are we looking at? Could we consult with King? Could we adjourn the meeting now, consult with King and Co to get that advice? In terms of LGAQ, I probably am not so much concerned about what the individual councils are doing, because I respect that they all have that decision of, based upon their own findings. However, King and Co would be certainly advice I would appreciate, and whether that we could adjourn. We better do adjourn and get that information in the next half an hour, or we meet back here at 4 o'clock, or whatever the case may be, and deal with it today, as opposed to having a special meeting, under the statutory guidelines or the policy guidelines of 5 days with 3 days notice, or whatever the case may be. So I guess I'm looking in a way to get the advice that I support that you've outlined, primarily through the King and Co, but then the quickest way possible to get back to the table to allow the debate to.
All right, I'll come back to that, Councillor, if you don't mind. Yeah. Councillor Hutton.
I appreciate the willingness of the council table to seek some advice, just to make sure that we are protecting ourselves as well as protecting our community in the conversation that we have. I think in seeking advice, we should also be considering and getting feedback from LGAQ, particularly around what occurred with Mayor Dillian of the Bar Cauldron Regional Council, so that any wording we choose does, make sure that we're not finding ourselves in a position where council, for voting for it or voting against it, regardless, it doesn't matter, that we're not debating something that potentially has the risk of having everyone up for the OIA because you're bringing the state into disrepute, or whatever it was the grounds that he was put under investigation. I think that's really, really important. And the second thing I think we need to consider is last night, and I apologise that I wasn't able to be there because I did go to the Cap Enterprise board meeting. There sounds like there was a substantial
debate or opinion expressed in terms of one side of a very important issue. And I think for us to make sure that we're making a considered decision, we should actually be seeking from the Queensland Government or from Queensland Health advice around the decision that's been made, so that we're not coming off from having heard a very passionate and very convincing, or would it be a very convincing argument by one segment of the community, with not having all the facts before you make a decision to jump in and push one way or the other. I'm not advocating for anyone to change their mind, but I think for us to do due justice, we should check in regards to making sure we get some, if we can get wording in advance so that we can check it to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in disrepute and causing ourselves trouble and pain that's unnecessary and not beneficial to the community, but also take the opportunity to have some, you know, if we've heard one side of an argument, surely we should hear the other, because I'm happy to take an opinion, but I'm not happy to take an opinion until, like, I have no idea what's going through the heads of the people who are making these decisions. But that doesn't mean I should not seek to understand before I make a decision as to whether I think that they're the smartest person in the room or whether I've decided that they've actually made the wrong choice.
And with due respect, for you, Mr Mayor, with due respect to Councillor Hutton, I think we've been listening to Queensland Health and the government's side of this for a long, long time.
Well, councillors, I'm not sure we'll get an opinion from King and Company today. They'll probably want to consider their view overnight, Mr CEO, knowing the way they think. So I'm proposing that we try and get that advice within a day, and then we can convene, even if it means, as quickly as we can, even if it means convening a special meeting at night time. And I think it's important enough. That way it accommodates Councillor Hutton with his school teaching schedule and so on. So I'm proposing we think about that, Councillor Bello. Yeah.
Would it be unrealistic to perhaps flag that, you know, provide the information provided we could do it tomorrow afternoon? If Mr CEO believes it's going to be...
It will be depending on how quickly King and Company is prepared to give us the advice, but as soon as we possibly can. Yep.
This council has exercised its ability to meet without the necessary notice and the like in the past. This would probably qualify for one of those circumstances. It really is dependent on them without talking to the folks who are asking for advice, because this is new ground for them as well. So if they want to give meaningful advice upon which we can rely confidently, we can't arbitrarily say that we need it at a particular time. So it'll just be that balance between giving them the freedom to do what they need to do to give us strong advice.
If it was 2 or 3 weeks' time, we might want to look for somebody else, that's all.
Sure.
Like, in all seriousness, and I have full respect to the particular firm that we're referring to, I'm not suggesting they will take 2 to 3 weeks, but if they got a heavy load at the moment, they can't accommodate it, well, I'd hope that we could go to somebody else.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if we do convene a meeting any time from tomorrow and the rest of the week, I'm unavailable, and I'm putting that on the public record.
You can teleconference in, Councillor, that's not a drama.
Okay, so for example, if it's, when do we propose to have this meeting?
It all depends on when we get the advice, Councillor, as the CEO
Right.
was just basically saying. So
Okay.
we will try and fit in with everyone's schedule. If you're not in town, and I know you won't be, you're off at a conference meeting.
Tomorrow.
If I can just finish that, thank you, Councillor Ballard. We'll allow, you can teleconference in.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We all know if it's going to the legal people, they need to know exactly what we're looking for, because the advice that we get will totally depend on the specific nature of the question we ask. We've got to be very clear what we want, what we're looking for, because the LGAQ and King and Company, they work together. Whatever LGAQ's influence, there may be some sort of, what's the word, mutual agreement as to what's going on out there. We just got to be very careful that our questions are clear.
I think, if I go to you in a minute, Councillor Hutton, I think, Councillor, that King and Company's professional ethics are such that they won't necessarily abide by LGAQ or side with LGAQ just because they're their employer.
No, I'm not
in a
questioning
sense.
their ethics at all, Mr Mayor. But, I mean, I've dealt with one and I've dealt with the other on the same day. And, well, I won't go into that too far, but I
Well,
am
I think,
aware-
Councillor, maybe the solution to your
Yeah.
problem is if a couple of us are on that phone call with King and Company.
Yes.
The CEO can basically set that up, and perhaps the Deputy Mayor and I can sit in on that particular conversation.
Yes.
Or, well, if they wish to spend the time on it, yeah.
And I'm sure they've got the flavour of the state if LGAQ's out there doing what it does best.
Yeah. All right. Mr CEO, can we leave that in your capable hands to organise that? Righto. Awesome. Okay, so can I get a mover and a second to go into closed session, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Can we switch off the live stream, Jussie? Watson. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. So we're back in open session, councillors, and I'll remind you of that. So be careful what you disclose in these confidential reports in open session. 15.1, Stage 2, Capricorn Coast Homemaker Centre. The recommendation is that council resolves to prepare and submit a development application for reconfiguring a lot over lot 501 on survey plan 275134 in preparation for the commercialisation of stage 2 of the Capricorn Coast Homemaker Centre. I'm moving that. Councillor is plural. Seconded Councillor Mather. I think Councillor Mather was first. All right, okay. Seconded. Thank you, Councillor Hudson. All right, all in favour? Carried unanimously. 15.2, future stages of the Gateway Business and Industry Park. I'm not going to read the recommendation is that council resolve to proceed in accordance with option 3 contained in this report. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 15.5, Gusmore Street retaining wall remediation. That council allocate an additional $453,000 to the project budget for the Gusmore Street retaining wall remediation project, extending it to $1.19 million, with the additional funds being sourced from the remaining 21-22 budget allocation for lagoon repairs. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Okay, Councillor Mather. Councillor Watson, seconding. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. 15.6, councillors, application for building our region's round 6 funding, Emu Park sewage treatment plant upgrade. Recommendation that council resolves to submit an application to round 6 of the state government's building our region's program infrastructure project stream for the Emu Park sewage treatment plant upgrade project for an amount of up to $2 million and commits to fund the balance of the project cost. Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And I believe that concludes our business today.
As I mentioned earlier, could we get a report back to the next meeting just to see where we're travelling as far as all of these over expenditures or overestimates have gone?
And all the ones that are disappearing, but nothing we haven't doing.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, the other side of the coin is what projects are we looking at that are going to be suffering a reason?
I think the CEO's all over that like the proverbial rash, councillor, so we'll get a report back.
No opposition.
Yeah.
Well, thanks,